kia kara kia tātou. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, ki a mā kina kina ki uta, ki mā taratara ki tai. E ki ane, aki ana, te atukura, he atiu, he huka, he hauhu, tihei mauri ora. Morena everyone, and thank you for being here at the Policy and Planning Committee, our last one for the year, and it looks like it'll be a real doozy. There's a few items on the agenda today. So just want to be clear that we'll have to do that when everyone's online. Hang on a second. We'll go through the absences. We've got absence from Councillor Dalton, lateness for Mayor Wayne Brown on council business, early departure from Mayor Wayne Brown on council business. Councillor Filipina is departing around 2. Councillor Fletcher, who's coming online, will be leaving around 2:30. Councillor Sayers will be on council business during the lunch break. So let's just hope at that point we keep a quorum through all that. Could I have a mover? Councillor Sayers and Councillor Ferry, I think I saw the hands. All those in favour? Right. Going to move to attendance by electronic link. And so we've had Councillor Filipina, who we know is still recovering from his surgery. I'm just reading out the reasons. So under the standing orders, Councillor Filipina is on B, which is to accommodate members' illness. Councillor Foley is coming online for standing order 333A, which is where the member is at a place that makes their physical presence at the meeting impossible or impractical. And Councillor Lee is to accommodate members' illness or family members' illness. Could I please have a mover to move those people online? Councillor Leone and Deputy Mayor.
Richard.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Fletcher as well, who texted me this morning is unwell, so she is coming on as well.
Excuse me, Richard.
Oh, yes.
Sorry, just when you said I'd be away over the lunch break, just so you're clear as the chair, I need to be away from about 11 to about 1. Oh, yeah. I'll just be downstairs, but I'll immediately shoot back up. But it looks like we'll have a quorum.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Les, I didn't mean to make it sound like you were away for lunch. I was just saying over that period of time. So, kia ora. Thanks, Councillor Sayers. So that was Councillor Leone and Deputy Mayor. All those in favour? Any opposed? No? Right, we'll just wait till those members are brought in online. Okay. They should be getting the invite. Are there any declarations? Member Ashby?
Kia ora, Chair. Just declaring an interest in agenda item 11, the Waitakere deed.
Thank you very much, Member Ashby. Right, on to confirmation of the minutes. Can I have a mover? Deputy Mayor? I'll second. All those in favour? There are no petitions. And now we move to public input. We have the Economy of Advanced Technologies, Christopher Locke, Harvey Stewart for the Rainforest Express and the Waitakere Ranges. If you'd like to approach, kia ora to the both of you. Thanks for coming along. I think Sandra would have let you know that the button's on the right to switch on, and if you just bring those microphones a bit closer to you so we can hear you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Chris Locke. I know most of you, which is nice. I'm here with Harvey Stewart to talk about the reactivation of the Rainforest Express up in the Waitakere Ranges. There we go.
Good morning, councillors. Up to 1900, Auckland City sourced its water from springs in the Auckland Domain duck ponds and from Western Springs. Between 1900 and 1930, the city built 2 wooden dams and 4 concrete dams in the Waitakere Ranges. Access to all those dams was by narrow gauge tramline for dam construction and for pipeline construction. Tram lines to two of those dams have been retained to provide maintenance access to the cast iron water supply pipelines. In 1975, a licence to operate a train on the 2.3 kilometre Waitakere tramline was issued to the Waitakere Tramline Society by the Auckland Regional Authority. In 1998, at the instigation of Watercare's Chief Executive, Mr. Mark Ford, the 6 kilometre near Tipu tramline was opened to the public for educational and tourist purposes under the name of Rainforest Express. This proved to be very popular and the service ran for 14 years. Apart from the general public, many clubs and societies enjoyed the 2.5-hour outing. Evening picnic trips were very popular. Many school trips were conducted and special educational feature was developed by Watercare called Adopt a Stream. Close-up views of cave wetters and glowworms are a feature of the journey. Due to the retirement of the supervisor of the Rainforest Express in 2012, together with the passing of the chief executive, a landslip onto the pipeline and track and the need for some extensive track maintenance, Watercare decided to abandon the tramline and conduct any subsequent pipeline maintenance by other means. The infrastructure of the near Tipu tramline includes 3 locomotives, 5 passenger cars, about 10 work wagons, and a 200 square metre depot. There are 10 tunnels and 9 bridges. At the dam end of the track, there are toilets, a 64 square metre picnic shelter, and a permanent barbecue stand. The tramline operator must obtain an operating licence, which is issued by the Rail Division of NZTA under the Railways Act. The NZTA also instigates and manages regular safety audits. Thank you very much.
So I'll, excuse me, I'll just run through where we are now and where we're heading to for you to make your decisions. So thank you very much for us to be able to come along here today. Myself and others have been working on this project for 6 years, and it's been a very interesting insight into the difficulties that councils and interested parties face when they're trying to reopen an opportunity such as this. Sadly, some of the members who have been most involved in setting up the trusts have passed away, but the rest of us are still moving on in their absence. Along the way, we've built many strategies and business models to enable the area to activate and operate safely and to find ways of regenerating interest into the bush, including tunnels and dams and the wetters. And Mike Lee, I think, has a jar full of glowworms that he's been holding in his fridge for about 6 years waiting for this opportunity. The location and its activities has been supported and loved by Auckland, and more recently has been recognised by Auckland heritage and tourism leaders as an enterprise of value to the people, and is being promised by Watercare and Auckland Council as part of their contribution to citizens' access to their land and some of its special locations. Through the many meetings we have had with council staff and associated providers, hobbyists and supporters, we have continually come up with ways to mitigate against the safeties, risks and the roadblocks which present themselves as decisions are trying to be made. The impacts of weather events, we can say quite comfortably that the line has been closed for a long time and has suffered minimal impact. And in fact, in the last big rain on the night of Elton John, there was no significant damage to the railway line as compared to what happened over the rest of the city. The other issue that we've faced is that there was a geotech report made on the line that looked for everything that could possibly go wrong for 100 years, which made it a fairly daunting proposal. We recommend that this document be replaced with a new geotech report that looks at everything that's gone right, and that we can then use that to stimulate growth in the area. So our Simple request for you today is to enable us to formalise our trusts and activities by requesting a letter from this committee to Watercare to activate the sublease under 7.2 of their licence agreement, and then we move forward.
Kia ora, thank you both, and thank you to your members for the passion behind this project and many years of work so far. I'll just go to Councillor Turner first.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. I've got this right. You were Watercare's Headwaters Chief Engineer for Waitakere for many years, correct?
I was an engineer, not a chief engineer.
Okay, thank you. But you were based out in the Waitakeres and on that line, etc.
Yes, correct.
That, in your opinion, and I don't know if you know other lines very well, but I'm just trying to, in your opinion, is the risk, the inherent risk of riding on a train on that line any different to any of the other sort of heritage trains we have in the way in the Thames, Coromandel, all that sort of stuff? Is there any real inherent risk of riding on that line?
No, provided it is operated according to the safety plan, which would be approved by the NZTA.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Turner. Councillor Newman.
Good morning, and thank you very much for your presentation. I think that this is a real legacy of Mark Ford's, and it's a sad thing that it's been closed for a long time, so hopefully it can be open. So can I just understand you're coming to this committee of the whole for us to give an opinion or a direction to Watercare because Watercare has requested it? I mean, is this effectively a landowner approval exercise for us to consider? I'm not sure precisely why it's here and not the local board, but can you just clarify that?
Yes, certainly. One of the major stumbling blocks has been access to the rail corridor, which is the land under the track. The area on either side of that and the corridor is licensed by the city effectively into Watercare, who have significant acreage within the various forests. The only way that this can happen, Watercare don't want to be involved in it, so they want to release it away so they're not, they don't have to worry about it, underwrite it or think about those things. And the only way to do that is to release the corridor, which requires the sublease out of the Watercare contract. They didn't want to do that for a long, long time, but with meeting with Max up in the Mayor's office and legal advice through council and many others, it just keeps coming back to this document. And once that is done, which Watercare have agreed to do, in principle just needs to go to their board, I believe, to sign off, then we can start the process of dusting off our plans and dusting off the project.
And I would presume, if I may, Chair, because heritage rail lines are fantastic, and this is very bespoke, an incredible location, you would probably, I think I'd be wanting to contribute myself, but there'd be a lot of support out there to try and raise the funding for the work, including some of the upgrade work, but also the operating cost of this. You would be able to attract quite a bit of support to enable the Rainforest Express to be reignited, I guess, re-engaged, put back online.
Yes.
Yeah, it's quite an important thing
Yes.
for the business case to be able to have that funding.
There are two trusts up there. There's one trust already. We've established another trust. One trust looks after the Waitakere rail line, which is where the original hobbyists with the railway, they've got their workshops and activities as more hobbyists. And then on the Near Tupu line, this is an official operating one that we've created a second trust for. We've established all of our business plans over the years so that there's no cost to council. It doesn't need to be underwritten by council or Watercare. And being a businessman myself, I really want to see it running as a business rather than a trust. The trust will own the assets, but it has to run as a business and be profitable so that it's there for the long term. Otherwise, it puts a lot of strain on the goodwill of the people who get involved in helping out.
Thank you. Well, thank you. Oh, sorry, Member Ashby.
Kia ora, thank you. Yeah, cool project. Just one question from me, assuming you go through, and I understand there's a bit of a process, what's your, I guess, engagement plan with with local iwi look like? And if you don't know yet, probably just an encouragement to reach out to them.
We've taken, funnily enough, I was economic development with ATED, and the head of tourism was with the, I think, Piha tribe. So we worked out a lot of plans together, but in those days, as compared to today, it was pioneers and settlers in city development and land that's been historically owned by them almost forever. So with all the other groups in the areas, they are welcome, they can be there, but we've not considered at this stage that side of things until we see how it all unravels over the next year. Otherwise, we're warming people up and cooling them down again, on and on. We'd rather get it all together and then say, this is what we're going to do.
Thank you. Councillor Turner and Deputy Mayor would like to move and second this. Chris, did you have, Councillor Darby, did you have a question?
Yeah, just clarification, maybe Megan, if you could just clarify the B. I'm just a little bit concerned about instructing the Parks Committee to receive a report. It's like, it's not this committee, and I mean, we can refer it there, but for them to take a report.
So this was the request from the Parks Committee Chair, but
Okay.
We have changed, there was some other suggestions around requiring Watercare to do things, and I've been clear that on a public forum, this is about as far as we go, but...
Through the chair, I think, no, that's fine. We can probably just clarify the words to refer the matter to be reported back through the Parks Committee. It is a regional park. So is that where you're heading, Councillor Darby? Just clarifying those words a wee bit?
If conversations have been had and the intent is clear, then I'm happy. Thank you.
Yeah, you are correct though, Councillor Darby. It is skirting close to what we can or cannot do in a public forum, but there were some other requests, and I think this kind of gets us to at least moving it forward for investigation, and so you have some answers from where to next. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
We can't make any broader decisions on it.
Of course.
Cool. Thank
Special thanks before I go to Watercare to Dave Chambers. He's been exceptional through this process and is encouraging at every step of the way and allowing access for us to facilitate and see things through, even during this process. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I just see that, Councillor Lee, did you have a question as well? Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I just want to thank Harvey and Chris for their work, and also to acknowledge the drive of Councillor Turner over the past couple of years, trying to get the service restored. This is not something that's new. This is not a new piece of infrastructure. No new development or buildings. It is something that has been in service or had been in service since about 1912, about the same age as the pipeline it was built to service, about the same time as the building of the Titanic, actually. And why that stays in my mind was 1997, that movie became a world hit in regard to the Titanic. But anyway, at that time, I was very much involved with the Nihu Tupu Bush Tramway. I was employed by Watercare to provide a report on the recreational opportunities in Watercare's estate in the Waitakeris and the Hunuas, and that was in late 1996. I was detailed off to Mr. Harvey Stewart, and together we worked. I provided a report by the end of that year, I think in about 4 weeks, and that the headline was the Nihu Tupu Bush Tramway. In 1997, they brought me back to activate the plan, and of course, much of the focus was on the Nihu Tupu Bush Tramway, which we decided to call the Rainforest Express. it operated successfully, as Mr. Stewart mentioned, for 14 years without any major damage to train or passengers or the tram line itself, but was stopped because of a precautionary concern about accidents, and I believe because of a major accident that had occurred with Watercare staff somewhere in another part of the region.
Cool.
Nevertheless, with the amalgamation of Watercare into the super city.
Councillor Lee, I appreciate this information. Just want to be clear that if you want to frame it as a question quickly, because we don't have debate on a public forum.
I'm just speaking to the resolution.
We don't speak to resolutions on public forum. That's all. But we will be debating this.
Okay. I was totally unaware of not being able to speak to resolutions, but anyway, I will end what I'm saying now. So thank you.
No, thank you, Councillor Lee. I thought I would let you give that important information for as long as we could. But thank you for coming in, and we'll just move that. All those in favour? Any opposed? No, thank you. And we'll go back to the just on the electronic meeting attendance, because I couldn't talk about it while you were not online. But those of you who are online, can you please make sure you're in a secure place during the meeting? Please do not drive while you are connected to the meeting, and please also turn on your camera when asking questions and making comment. Thank you very much. And I just want to acknowledge everyone today. There's a huge number of agenda items, and I will try my best to be focused on questions versus comments in the right areas of today. And also, if we could just keep those questions really succinct, because we'll be here right into the night if we don't get through these meaty items today. Thank you. Right, we moved on to our local board input. We have Waitakere Ranges Local Board Chair Greg Presland. He's coming to talk about the Waitakere Ranges Heritage Area Deed. Kia ora, Chair.
Kia ora, Chair. Kia ora, councillors. I wish to speak concerning agenda item number 11, which relates to the deed of acknowledgement with Te Karawa Maki, relating to Te Wānui o Tiriwa under the Waitakere Ranges Heritage Area Act. And just to note that the Act is now 16 years old, and progress on the deed has been a long time coming, but I'm very grateful for the work that's been done recently, which has advanced this matter considerably. Can I urge the committee to support option 1, which is to establish a joint committee with Te Karawa Maki and the Crown, supported by the community. Local board has resolved on this, and we believe option 1 is the preferred option. And we also believe it's important that the community is brought along as this process develops. As shown by successive 5-yearly reports and by the recent staff advice, the Act performs its protective job reasonably well. Subdivisions are limited, the area is not suffering death by 1,000 cuts. But I believe it's important to continue to rethink the application of the Act. And there are new threats such as curry dieback and weeds and slips that are emerging, and we need to be ever vigilant to new threats. In terms of a justification for the forum, can I remind members of the 2020 review of the Heritage Area Act by the Environmental Defence Society. That report considered the effectiveness of the Act and concluded that it was effective in countering existing threats, but it concluded that it was time for the operation of the Act to be reviewed. And if I can quote from the report, it said, "Consideration needs to be given to ways in which the heritage area could be kept alive. This could be achieved through the establishment of an independent body with dedicated funding to manage the heritage area on behalf of the public. It could either be a separate entity, such as a Waitakere Ranges Heritage Area Implementation and Oversight Body, or the Waitakere Ranges Local Board could be tasked and resourced to provide this specific function. Entity would be charged with managing the area in line with the objectives of the Heritage Act, while creating a stronger pathway to implementation The entity would be responsible for overseeing the implementation of local area plans and continuing the state of Waitakere Ranges heritage area monitoring, and to suggest that this committee provides an opportunity for this proposal to certainly be advanced. We believe it's important for local communities to be involved in discussions. It's also important to be clear about what the proposal is about and what it's not about. And as noted in the report, it is about council and crown land, not private land. And private land is not included by definition. And although nature does not care about private property boundaries, and what is good for the park is also good for the environmental health of private properties, the committee would obviously be concerned about public land only. And can I suggest there's no need for us to be afraid? We live in a new world where te ao Māori values are increasingly important for environmental enhancement and protection. We should acknowledge that, and we should relish that. And I believe that we can trust Te Karawamaki and their protective instincts towards Te Wānui o Tiriwa. Can I urge, please, support for option 1 when this matter is considered?
Kia ora, Chair. Very succinct, very clear. Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, there is a question. Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Greg. The Waitakere Ranges Heritage Area Review Act has a review every 5 years, and I understand that costs 100,000 or something like that. Are we saying that that review would be terminated? We wouldn't need to do that anymore?
No, instead of the local board getting it ready, I believe it'd be a good job for this new committee to do that. The reports, the two that have been done so far, are very helpful because they give a good snapshot about what is happening. But we've fallen down because the recommendations from the report haven't been pushed through. So letting the committee have this job and giving it the extra mana where it can actually try and get things done would mean that these reports would be more, they carry more weight and to be more beneficial.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Member Ashby, sorry.
Kia ora. Yeah, first of all, just acknowledge and thank you for continuing to turn up to advocate for the heritage area and to support something that's long overdue for one of this council's treaty partners. And so, yeah, first acknowledge. My question is really, and I think you kind of said it at the start, but this deed and what it could unlock in terms of collaboration on the management of the public lands. Does this do, I know the local board has advocated for better implementation of the Act for a long time. Does this get us closer to the local board's aspiration for, in terms of recognition of the national significance and in terms of better implementing those provisions? And also, does this get us closer to locals having a greater say in place-based approach?
Yes, thank you, Edward. I believe that it would, because this body would have extra mana and force behind it to try and get things done. The local board, we have consistently over the years always referred to the Heritage Area Act, and our belief that funding for environmental programs in the area aren't sufficient to achieve the objectives of the Act. And we think it's time for us to be given the help of Te Karawamaki and the local community to try and emphasise that message. The heritage area, some areas it's holding on, other areas it's doing reasonably well, but it's something that needs to be consistently cared for and supported so that the objectives of the Act can be met.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you. Just following up on Member Ashby's question, actually. So we've been advised through this process that the deed process will result in more involvement for local residents in managing the area. So would you agree with that statement?
Yes, we were online last night for a meeting of the combined ratepayers in Waitakere, and Edward spoke to them. and I believe it received generally a very good response. There's a lot of local interest in the Heritage Area Act, and anything that's done to enhance its status, I think, is a good thing.
Thanks. And just to follow up, so just so we're clear, so the Act requires us to do a deed of acknowledgement, right?
It's certainly a provision that's in there, and it hasn't really been addressed properly so far, in my view.
Thank you. Thanks, Cheers.
Thank you, councillor. Thanks, Chair. We'll get you a step back, and we'll just get, I think Councillor Henderson would like to move. Did you want to second Councillor Turner, or? Yeah, sorry, Member Ashby asked. I should have seen the first arm. Right, all those in favour? Any opposed? No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, councillors.
Right, there are no extraordinary items. And we'll move straight on to item 8. We have Nick. Oh, here he is. Coming up for the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill, Auckland Council submission. And I'll just move with a slight change to the Chair's rec. I have a seconder for that. Councillor Ferry. And then we'll go. Thanks, Nick and Kim. If you would like to introduce yourselves to any, the thousands watching online as well. Kia ora.
Tēnā rawa atu kia koutou mā aku rangatira, he mihi kawana I rongi tēnei komiti o te kaunihira. Ki ngā memo o te kaunihira, taino atu ki ngā memo o haukura, tēnei ka mihi atu I rongi o koutou. My name is Nick Turoa. I'm the Tumuaki Huanga Māori, Director of Māori Outcomes. I'll hand it over to Kim to introduce herself.
Kia ora tātou, ko Kim Bellingham, taku ingoa. I'm a lawyer in the Auckland Council legal team, specialising in Māori treaty and conservation matters. Kia ora.
We've been asked to investigate the opportunity to develop a council submission on the principles of the treaty bill that is currently before the House. I will take this report as read, but I do want to point out a number of things in the report. Firstly, that the bill, the purpose of the bill proposes that there's 3 broad principles which, when enacted, would be used as a tool to interpret Parliament's intention when passing the bill. If enacted, the bill would not come into force until 6 months following the results of a referendum on the bill. I also point to para 19, both the New Zealand Party, the New Zealand National Party and New Zealand First parties that are coalitions in government at the moment have indicated they will not support the bill past the first reading. I'd like to point out that this has there are considerable support and opposition to this bill, in particular amongst Māori communities, as well as there has been recent public opposition from the likes of the legal fraternity and a number of others. Some of the points that are raised is that it will create some legal confusion. There have been years of the principles that have been developed through the courts, and there are, although they are neither exhaustive or comprehensive, there are three broad principles recognised by the courts, being around partnership, active protection, and redress. We'd also just like to point to our current policy framework and thinking about what a submission might look like in terms of if we were to present this. And we point to our current framework which has been developed by this council over a long period of time. So there is inside the Auckland Plan a number of references to Māori and to Te Tiriti, which forms how we engage with our communities. We also have the Kia ora Tāmaki Makaurau Māori Outcomes Framework that has informed both our long-term plan and our current annual plan. So we think that's what should be making up the general body of the submission. In terms of effects of this, if it was to pass into to law, we think that there are three main things that I would point to. Firstly is just that thing around legal confusion. It would be I would suggest that it would be interpreted in a way and that would cause a lot more things to be taken to court, including lots of the decisions that we might make under our current legislative framework. It would also cause significant concern amongst the relationships that we have with mana whenua, mātā waka and the broader Māori communities. And I think it would also make it harder and harder for us in terms of enacting our policy framework from the Auckland Plan through to our Māori Outcomes Framework and beyond. So yeah, that's me.
Kia ora, thank you very much, and thanks to the staff who prepared the item on the agenda. I know it's complex and there's a lot to it, so thank you very much. I don't have any questions so far. I assume there may be one or two. If not, that is easy. Oh, sorry, Member Hanade.
It wasn't going to be that easy. No question.
All good. Okay, I'll just get you both to step back. I don't believe there are questions, but I'm sure there will be some conversation. Kia ora. Thank you. Right, so I've moved it. Councillor Ferry's seconded. Member Hanade.
No, I'm here. I was interested to see what you say.
Okay.
Okay. But basically, I think the report was a bit weak. But having said that, one of the reasons, or the reason why Haukura said we wouldn't be part of a joint process was that we wanted to do our own submission, and so there wouldn't be any contradiction of either organisation come time to put a submission in. But I have I've got a unique suggestion because of the time, and if you decide that you will put a submission in, and we're up against time, you could seriously consider coattailing on our submission by, I don't know how you would do that, but if you do propose to make a submission, then the offer is there. So I'll just make that public. Kia ora. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you. Councillor Williamson.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I've got a bit of history in some of this stuff because when I was actually writing legislation at times in the 90s and even in the 2000s, I actually had officials often say to me, you can't actually do that because that would be in breach of the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi. And I said, well, we certainly aren't going to do that. Can you show me what principles that would be in breach of and we need to make an amendment to it? And my real problem was that a number of times they said, well, it's not that crystal clear. They're not written down. They're not a specific list. You can't get a word processor document, bring it on your screen and read principle 1, 2, 3 and 4. And I kept saying to them, well, then how do I know that I'm in breach of the principles if there isn't a set? It would be like having no rules for rugby, but if you then pass the ball forward, the referee penalised you. You say, well, I didn't know that wasn't. Well, it's not in the rules, but it's against the rules. And I just think there should be
in my view, some principles laid down, whatever they are. I'm happy for a number of people to have their views and strongly support them or not. But I don't understand why laying out what the sort of basic principles of either natural justice or equity and fairness and so on, so that you know that if you're acting in a way that's inconsistent. Now, I've gone back and read the Treaty of Waitangi 1975 Act, and it refers to the principles only about 4 times, Section 8HB, Section 8, Section 6A, and it just says you must not be making decisions as a government in terms of legislations or regulations and so on that are inconsistent with the principles. And yet nobody, and I'd love it if someone could, send me the copy of what those principles are. And so if we're going to make a submission on this, I think we've got to make, first question is this: do we support the fact that legislation should or shouldn't be consistent with principles? And I imagine most people are going to want to say yes. And then we should be saying, well then, do we support the idea that those principles are well laid out and passed by referendum for the general New Zealanders to have a say? Or should they be left as loose as they are? Because when I talk to people like Chris Finlayson, he says, oh, they've come about by decisions from the courts, decisions from the tribunal, even some views of academics are taken into account. And I just think it makes it very difficult for the country to make progress. And I'm keen on getting this sorted, because I think things should not be inconsistent with the principles of the treaty, but I think we should have a clear idea what they are. And if they're really well laid out, then I'm fine with going forward with that. But I think if we make a submission, then I'd want to know that we are clear about, are we making a submission on what the principles should be, or are we making a submission that we don't think there should be a clearly laid out set of principles that we have to abide by? And if I get an answer for that, I'll be okay.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Are there any more speakers? Councillor Baker.
Yeah, I guess, and I understand what we're doing here. The only thing I have a problem with is the bits in red, because I see that as a very politically motivated addition. And I think whilst we're in a political thing, I think the original resolution is in line with what we always do, whether we agree or not, with bills that come before the House. We normally just put in a submission, and so from an organisation, but that wording there is assuming, surmising that this group is opposed, and it doesn't matter whether we are or not. I have an issue with the bits in red, and I think we should just go back to the original recommendation, which is fair and is consistent with everything we do in terms of this. And so it's just, for me, a little bit, just a step too far.
Councillor Bartley.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I just want to speak in support of what's in red. I think we do pass a lot of motions to put in a submission, but we don't actually take a stand. And I think this is critical to the future of our country, and I think we should take a stand. So I support keeping it in there.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Leone.
Oh, kia ora. Look, I'm also really in support of keeping that in there, and I think what's been raised today around what parts we support and what we don't, we can definitely work through that when it comes to the time of writing the submission. But I think we do need to be clear as a council to keep the opposition in there. We need to make a really big stand on this. I mean, obviously we had hundreds of people marching over the Harbour Bridge recently in opposition. And, you know, I think as a council now, we know we've come really far in terms of what has been implemented in the treaty principles here in Tamaki Makaurau, in Auckland Council. And in terms of what I'm aware of, it has actually been working quite well. I know that we still have a long way to go in terms of working with our 19 mana whenua and what we're doing in the future. But actually, we need to keep moving forward. So I totally support us keeping in opposition to that, and look forward to us having a vote on it.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Member Ashby.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. Look, this is an opportunity for council to actually show some leadership. It failed Māori on the Māori seats, voted that down. Here's an opportunity to actually do the right thing, show some leadership, and support your treaty partners. So I don't know where this confusion of the principles of the treaty happens. I mean, there is a Waitangi tribunal that has very well established jurisprudence and tomes of evidence about this topic. What is clear, that would be a breach of not only the treaty but every treaty settlement in this country, is for one party of a treaty or an agreement to unilaterally go off, ask itself via some mob mentality what it thinks, and then come back to its other party or other partner with the answer. So that's a miscarriage of justice, and this council should do the right thing and support our IMSB submission. Kia ora.
Thank you, Member Ashby. Councillor Turner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I got woken up by Councillor Baker. I'd been sitting here at the beginning, maybe the wrong term, I'd been sitting here at the beginning thinking as the speakers spoke, what are the principles? You know, I just don't know enough about this, but I don't want to vote against this, but I will vote against it if in opposition is left in place. At this stage, what I've learned in the last 2 years is we're still in a developing, growing situation, and I think I'm certainly not in a position to reinforce a direction on this. I'd want this to direct, you know, to give me more information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. Councillor Henderson.
Kia ora. Following my colleague from the West, look, unfortunately it is our job to understand what we're voting on, and it's actually quite clear what the treaty principles are. They've been defined in legislation and defined in common law over decades. It's not unclear, despite what the proposed members of the bill would tell you. There is a list, right? 40 senior King's Council have written to the government asking for the bill to be abandoned. And one of the things they cite is that actually we do know exactly what the principles are. And of course they develop over time. That's what case law does, right? But they develop within the realm of hopefully greater equality and greater respect for the treaty partnership and the foundational document of the country. The other thing I just say is, look, we are politicians. That is our job. That's what you fill out when someone asks you what you do for a living. We are advocates for our community and our city. That is our job, and we do that all the time with feedbacks on submissions and bills, all kinds of things. We make political decisions here every single day. And choosing to rate people this or that, and choosing to spend money here or there, newsflash, they're all political decisions, right? And to take stances upon things that affect our community hugely and prejudice hugely some parts of our community, that is a political decision, sure, but it is our decision as politicians to make. And actually, the public expect us to stand up when they're being prejudiced against. They expect us to defend their interests. That's what I'm here for, right? Seems like not everyone's here for that, but that's what I'm here for. It is our duty to support our treaty partners. That is a duty, and tautoko Member Ashby on that. It's our duty to support our communities. It's our duty to stand against prejudice and injustice. Don't forget here that if you remain neutral in the face of prejudice, then you are siding with the oppressors. That is what you're doing. You can tut all you like about that, but that's true, and that's what the public understand, and they expect us to stand up for them. The final thing is that I do resent us actually having to spend time on this, because this is Parliament is spending time on this. $4 million apparently this is costing the taxpayer to go through, when it's been very clear that this won't actually amount to an act, and thank goodness for that, right? But in a cost of living crisis where Auckland is accounting every penny, Many of them are losing their jobs, uncertain futures. They're saying, why are our decision makers spending time on this, which have harmful, detrimental effects to our community? So just before I finish up, just solidarity with the hikoi that stood up and continued a proud tradition of protest in this country that I'm very happy about. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Ferry. Oh, sorry, yes, Councillor.
Sorry, I was so taken by my colleague's speech. I wanted to specifically address the issue that we have not in the past taken a position on bills. Just from a quick Google, in this term we opposed the fast track bill. We also opposed, actually this might have been, no, this term as well, we opposed Three Waters, if we're thinking about the previous government. We also opposed the bill on requiring referendums for Māori seats. Last term, we supported unanimously, and I wasn't here for this, but we supported unanimously a members' bill to end alcohol advertising in sport. So actually, just from a quick Google, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 of which have happened in the last 2 years, where we have actually taken a position to oppose or support a bill as part of this process. So I think to do otherwise, when we have a clear steer from the community, we have a clear steer from our treaty partners as to what would be the right way to go on this, would be shirking our duty. I'd also like to point out that the point around whether or not the principles are clear or not, we've had 2 people who have legal training. I only have half a law degree. But I do note that paragraph 14 of the report outlines, the report that is on our agenda that speaks to this item, actually outlines the three principles in particular that are and have repeatedly been reinforced through our legal system over many years now. So I find it incredibly upsetting, actually, that as a community we're even having to have such a divisive conversation. If we want to talk about waste of resources, Councillor Henderson's outlined that very well, but I'd also point out that 2 of the 3 coalition partners do not support this legislation. So if we're talking about this being something that's for or against the government, the majority of the government don't support this either. So if people are worried that by speaking out in opposition, we will upset our coalition partners in government, actually they've said they don't support it either. So I don't know why people would be worried about that. So I strongly support the addition of the words in opposition to, and will be voting in favour of this, and thank you for the opportunity to second it.
Kia ora, Councillor. Are there any more speakers? Oh, Councillor Walker.
Sure. I'll just confine myself to speaking around these additional words in opposition to. By all means, it may well be appropriate for us to put a submission in, but if we're taking a predetermined position in terms of the outcome, that's going to colour the whole flavour of the submission. And there may well be pros and cons. I'm really concerned that a one track is going to bring about a submission that will be closing off some options that may be actually desirable. Because if you speak with people out there, people on the street, there's a huge amount of ignorance, perhaps isn't the right word, but lack of understanding around the treaty, around the points that Councillor Morrison has made around what has developed since, as far as these principles are concerned. So I'll be voting in opposition or against those additional words.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Newman.
Yes, look, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a very interesting discussion, and I think it's a little bit predictable, but I wanted to listen to everybody's reflections, their speeches, and the reason for that is that I think one of the first unique ironies of this particular debate and this bill is that it is about a perception about a bill that is very controversial and it provokes a lot of views for and against. I don't support the bill in its current form. But it's important that when we have these discussions that all voices are heard. And I think it's quite interesting. I will always uphold the right of people around this table to express their views, even if I don't necessarily agree with them. And there have been some remarks this morning which I think are sharp. That's okay. But if we're going to reflect our perception around partnership, then the first thing that we ought to do is practice that by allowing people around this table to speak every time they want to. And I make that plea to committees of the whole this term because we haven't always done so. And some of the people that have spoken this morning have been remarkable in that they haven't always supported that. But anyway, I support their right to have their say, and hopefully they'll support the right of every member to have their say in future debates. With respect to this particular bill, Mr. Chair, I actually think that the idea that you would subject a discussion around these particular arguments to a referenda, I'm not in favour of that personally. I think that there's a lot of jurisprudence that has been established over the decades which is quite important. But those are matters for the substance of a submission which is going to be more detailed than a headline. And I think that the words in red actually don't necessarily add to anything other than the desire of some people to take their stand. I'm not sure how many people have read that bill, but anyway, they can take their stand. I think it's more nuanced than that there are important points for consideration. And that we should be more detailed in that submissions process. So I would, frankly, Chair, I mean, it is the Chair's recommendations with the inclusion of the words in red. But if you want a very strong level of support around the table, and you can still address I'm not sure if I'm going to speak without the interjections, but if the submission could reflect our views without the need for that in red, then I would imagine that you would probably have an overwhelming vote around the table, which I think would actually be quite useful. Wouldn't it be good for a submission to reflect the fact that there was unanimous support for it? Instead of the words in red, which are going to mean that a number of people won't vote, not because they're necessarily in favour of the bill, but because they felt, frankly, that they had a different view as to how this matter was going to be managed. I think... Sorry, sorry.
We need to have everyone having their...
Oh, no, look,
say.
I'll stop. Don't worry, I mean, if I'm going to be interjected,
Councillor Newman, please continue. Sorry, Councillor Newman. Councillor Darby.
Thank you. Just want to acknowledge Councillor Newman. I was listening to you, Councillor Newman. Thank you. Chair, thank you. And thanks for the leadership in putting up the red. And I was thinking, there's a big difference between being a leader, we're all leaders, and then actually demonstrating leadership. Taking the action of being a leader is very different to just naming myself as a leader. And I think on this particular question before us, there does need to be leadership. In the 1981 period, with the Springbok Tour contest where families were divided, different situation. But I can't help but think we haven't seen a period of such divisiveness in our nation since then. That's my opinion. That's my marker. Because I experienced that. I saw that divisiveness. It was ugly. And in my eyes, this bill has created, well, no, it's not created. It has incited a cultural divisiveness, a bicultural divisiveness we have not seen for many, many decades. I felt this country of ours was progressing. It was maturing. It was greeting people. It was acknowledging differences. We were starting to understand the needs of others. And suddenly, we hit a period where everything appears to be just upended and negative in our bicultural relationship. And it deeply concerns me for this city and our nation. And I do oppose this bill. And I want to be with you as chair, showing the leadership to convey to the government that this council, on behalf of the people of Auckland, is opposed to this bill. And I will be supporting it for those reasons and many others which I've not articulated here. The only point I'd like to add here, Chair, is at the moment the authority is with you as Chair and Deputy Chair. I know we don't have the Mayor with us today, but normally it does involve the Mayor. And I'm just wondering if we should be including the Mayor there, and if not, and I've not discussed this with the Deputy Mayor who's with us today, whether the Deputy Mayor's name should be there as well in delegation of authority to the Chair and Deputy and the Deputy Mayor.
Yes.
I'll leave that with others.
It was just around the availability. The Mayor asked not to be, as I had asked the Mayor. I think the Deputy Mayor's not able to either, and Hokura, because they're doing their own submission, won't. So.
Sorry, I didn't hear that, Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, I'm just not around on that by the closure date. The Mayor and I have got a deal. He's here. I'm not. He's been away a lot this year, and I'm just sorry. I'm not in the country.
Okay, and then the last point is there possibility of an earlier circulation under the sea? I know it's high pressure for staff at that time of the year, and I don't want to make it hard.
We'll genuinely do our best on that. Yeah, happy to do that if we can.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Other speakers have noted how this bill is controversial and divisive, and that is, I have to say, that is true. But I think what is being overlooked is the fact that this bill has arisen out of a climate which has become increasingly divisive, especially over recent years. And I think one of the themes, if you like, in the last general election was this very question around the treaty and it's the interpretation, the changing interpretation of the treaty. So I think we all agree that the bill is divisive, but what we seem to be ignoring, some of us, is that the bill reflects a divisive situation in this country, and taken on face value, the bill is an attempt to define a controversial matter so that the whole community is clear on what the treaty and its 3 articles stand for, or how it should be interpreted, especially in terms of principles. The very nature of the bill, despite some of the rather hysterical comments about it, does acknowledge the central importance of the treaty, and indeed it acknowledges, by definition, principles of the treaty, which some people would question. And so, given the divisiveness, which we all agree on, it seems to me the amendment that has been inserted in the recommendations, I have to say, seems to ignore our responsibility to the wider community in terms of dealing with this divisiveness. Our responsibility as the democratic body representing the largest city and the most populous region in the country, not to try and inflame this divisiveness, but to actually try to seek harmony with the whole community. Because while the recommendation talks of engagement with Māori, the treaty, it makes no mention or reference or acknowledgement that Auckland is actually has a large multicultural community, and therefore we also have a statutory obligation under the Local Government Act to serve that whole community, and therefore striving for harmony rather than inflaming a very delicate, potentially explosive situation in this country is the responsible thing to do. To seek short-term political gain by making such a statement that we're going to predetermine opposition to a bill setting out to define the principles of the treaty, which we ourselves in Section 14 of the officer's report believe in. Would it not be more responsible to our whole community, who obviously have their concerns about this matter, whether we like it or not, to say, okay, Parliament, we believe in the principles of the treaty, and these are the principles we believe should be upheld. The principles set out in Section 14 of the officer's report. Yes, we do believe in the principles, and here they are. Your principles perhaps are too narrow, and therefore we would ask you to include the wider principles that have been defined, if you like, over the years, recent years in particular, by the courts. To come out and say we totally oppose it may make the amender, and I presume it's the chair, feel politically virtuous, but it's not going to help harmony in our community, in his community, or anyone's community to take such a partisan oppositional view. We should be people seeking harmony in this country, not dividing it further. So therefore, I support the recommendations, but I do not support the words appropriately highlighted in red. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other speakers before I wind it up? No? Don't think online. Oh, kia ora, Councillor Filipaina.
Can we do by division?
Councillor Filipaina would like to speak, and then I'll speak up.
Chair, I just wanted to sort of see what the ruling was based on the call from Councillor Bartley. Whakaaro or go straight
Oh, kia ora, Councillor. No, Councillor Bartley called a division because she thought we were going to vote, but we will go to your speaking turn and then my speaking turn, and then if Councillor Bartley wishes, we can go to a division. And then I think there's a procedural question from Councillor Baker that I'll go to after your comment.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to speak, but hearing everybody's whakaaro has sort of got me to have my little speech to this particular item. Firstly, Chair, just want to acknowledge the fact that you have put in the opposition. For those that have been around that table, we have to make a stand. We've done that before with any other government reforms. We are making a stand again. I know that in the Manukau ward, and speaking to the chairs and the respective boards of the Manukau ward, I know the opposition that they hold to this particular bill. my whakaaro, the time that I'm having now, is to talk about the submission. And it is, and it has to be in opposition. Member Ashby covered a few things that I wanted to say. But Chair, for me, this needs to be a stand that we will be making around the submission. I acknowledge Kim and acknowledge Nick in regards to the work, but I also look forward to that submission being sent to us. And again, just want to acknowledge yourself in regards to all the mahi that you do behind the scenes. And I'll be supporting the full recommendations that you have in front of us. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. The question, Councillor Baker, or did you want?
Yes, so it's just a process question. And so if this goes up as it is, as Chair's rec, and it is lost, and I think that's a 50-50 call potentially, does that mean we do not put in a submission at all, that is killed off, and we do nothing? Or do we need to put up an amendment that is the original recommendation, just so that we can make sure that we actually put in a submission? Because I'm worried about that.
I'll get Megan to talk first, but just to be clear on process, this is not an amendment, this is the original motion. Anyone who spoke here today could have put up an amendment and got a seconder to change this original motion. The staff were clear to me, and we discussed this last committee, that they would put forward a paper, but it wouldn't be support or opposition, because that's not what staff come in with. It would be up to the committee to show their hand and if they oppose the bill, and that's what I've done. But everyone had the choice to change that. I'll just let Megan speak on what happens if this gets voted down.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Look, great question, and I've been checking it with Sandra. So if it does go to a division and this gets lost, we can go back to the more neutral wording, the pre-read wording, and you can vote on that, because it does sound like there is a desire to do a submission. The question is one of nuance. Yeah. Yeah, thanks.
I'll just kick off. So as I was saying, the reason this opposition is because this is like any other submission on a government bill that comes to us. Oh, Councillor Fletcher, sorry, you'd like to speak?
Thank you, Chair. I apologise for not being there and present today. I was interested in the question that was posed by Councillor Baker. I understand the sentiment of so many in the way that they've spoken, but I'm one of those that would really like us to come together on this. In my own case, my family, through my mother, have lived in New Zealand for 186 years. And we've been involved in the ups and downs, and I suppose at a personal level, I've witnessed the maturity, that the growing maturity in terms of how we all better understand the treaty. But the difficulty for me today is I feel that the decision that you've taken as chair to insert those words is going to further divide us. I think that the comments made by Councillor Lee really spurred me to actually think about an amendment that you've just outlined that we had the ability to do. So I would like to move an amendment that we remove the words in opposition to, because I'm at home and well, I don't know who might be available to be a seconder for that, but I would like to move the removal of in opposition to.
Happy to second.
Councillor Turner already seconded. So we have an amendment which we can either go straight to the vote or...
No, we start in. Talking to the amendment?
We can now debate all over again if we'd like. Would you like to, that you've already spoken to that, Councillor Fletcher? Right, we have an amendment that will be amendment by deletion.
Can I ask a question?
You can ask a question, but I think it has to be of the mover. Councillor Fletcher. So if you just want to put on your microphone.
It's about the process.
Okay, yeah.
Do we...
Just your microphone, please, member.
Sorry, so can I get something clear? So we go through a process of debating and voting on the amendment before we go back to the original, the one that was up there?
Yeah, so we'll debate this. If it is won or lost, it will go back to the substantive, and I think only myself, Councillor Foley and Councillor Stewart, and Deputy Mayor haven't spoken to the original. Question, Deputy Mayor.
I'm just asking if we vote for this amendment, we're voting for exactly the submission, the stuff in the paper, right? Exactly as it's printed, right? Because I actually support that. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, Chair, I did want to continue speaking, but I wanted to foreshadow that I was going to move the amendment and to establish whether or not there was a seconder available for the amendment. But I would like to continue speaking.
Yes, you've got 2.5 minutes. Thank you.
I am entirely frustrated with the timing of this legislation, and I am bitterly disappointed in the National Party on this particular one, because I don't know how many bills we've ever witnessed in the past that have been passed and then referred to a select committee with the instruction that the bill is to go no further. So, you know, at so many levels, I am really disappointed with New Zealand and Parliament over this particular situation that we find ourselves in. And therefore, it's really important to me that here we are with an opportunity within Tamaki Makaurau to come together and show unity and show the importance of harmony. I think there is, if it was just a question about coalition agreements and what they negotiated and what they couldn't negotiate, I mean, I wish in this case that the member for Epsom had negotiated that there was a complete withdrawal of Plan Change 78, because that was something he'd been supposedly very passionate about. But to bring it to something of this kind, where it's so destructive, it's just not going to take anybody forward in any way, shape or form. I just feel absolute disappointment. When I saw your recommendations, I actually contemplated whether I just abstain because of the abhorrence I felt in the whole situation. But I am a little bit displeased with your recommendations, because I think I hope I'm not offending you, but they were designed to polarize us. And this is not a time, I think, for playing the politics. So I'm wanting the amendment to ensure that we can bring everybody on board. We might all have a different position on this particular piece of legislation, but I, for one, feel that there are so many other issues that we could be debating as a country right now, that this is just such a wasted opportunity and wasted resources. So I want you to understand where I'm coming from on this, and that is utter frustration with the coalition agreement in terms of advancing this. But I think it's beholden on us to make sure that we can come back with a submission that we can all support. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Hennaday.
Kia ora, thank you. So I'm talking on the amendment now. First of all, I'm against the amendment. And the reason why I'm against the amendment is essentially what Councillor Darby said, is leadership. For once, somebody, the chair, has shown leadership on this issue. You're either for the bill or you're against it. Say so. Just say so. And the chair, to me, said so. That the prevailing view out there is against the bill. You know, Councillor Williamson and Councillor Fletcher are not the only former cabinet ministers that have had to deal with a treaty clause. In fact, some of the treaty clauses that are being rolled back by New Zealand First are my ones. I was the author of a number of treaty clauses. It's about recognition of where this country comes from. And you know, Councillor Lee can talk about all the other people in Tāmaki, but all the other people in Tāmaki weren't there 182 years ago. It was an agreement between Māori and the coloniser and the settler, who just happened to be some of my ancestors. I'm lucky, I've got ancestors all over the place. But the fact of the matter is, and for 182 years, we haven't been blowing each other up like other countries have. And why? It's because we have the jump-off point, February the 6th, 1840, 180 odd years ago. And we're still talking about it. The bill itself is full of lies, is full of mistruths, is designed to formulate the divisiveness in our country rather than build on what we already had. You know, when I went into Parliament, the guy that was most behind a Māori television channel was the guy that I'm sitting directly opposite, because he could see that it was a good idea, that there would be some spin-offs, television spin-offs, in supporting such a move. Well, you know, I'm telling you now, without proper pathway for this country, we will end up like other countries around the world. And it most probably won't be too far away. Because if you push and push and push and don't show the leadership, then that's what will happen. I'm totally opposed to the bill. And as a ratepayer, I would want my council to front up to Parliament and say, we're not having a bar of this, because it goes deeper than what's just in the bill. It's being used, and our people are being used. 100,000 people marched in opposition to the bill. Not once in my 64 years have I seen a bigger demonstration, whether it's from farmers or educationalists, nurses, whatever. I was moved to march across the bridge, and I was moved to finally get to Wellington halfway through the march. It spurs me on as a Māori, and it spurs me on as a New Zealander. And to see our name and lights over the world. Without us, we're nothing. Without the other half, we're nothing. I'm afraid that's it. My grandfather's brother, Pēni Henare's grandfather, said we have come too far not to go further. And he's right. He's right. All these people in this country. What makes us different than every other country in the world is the partnership, is the treaty, is Māori. And it's, you know, I've sat here around this table. We got done in the eye over the water care chairman. We got done in the eye on Māori seats.
We continually are being kicked in the rear of advancements. Please get rid of this amendment.
Thank you. Member Henare, Councillor Filipina.
Chair, speaking to the amendment, after what Member Henare has said, all I'm going to say is that whether it was on purpose or not, this amendment has divided us again. So I will not be voting for it, Gilda.
Cool. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, thanks. Just really briefly. Look, I was so moved by Member Henare's contribution, tautoko for all of that. And I just wanted to just add my voice that everything that he said was absolutely 100% correct, and just wanted to add my huge support for that corridor. And on that note, I'll be voting against this amendment because I oppose the bill. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. Councillor Turner.
Thank you. I'll be supporting this amendment because what I'm voting to do here is simply approve the staff drafting a submission, and I am getting them to write words for me. Yesterday, I turned down pre-prepared words for a media release just because they didn't relay how I felt about the subject in a way that I thought was a reasonable reflection. And to have an amendment there where I'm telling the staff, do it on my part, and I've got faith in them doing a good job, but to then say to them, but do it in opposition, I just want them to do the job. I'm delegating to them to draft the submission for me. I have full belief that the staff will do a fair and reasonable job on behalf of all of us, and I do not want to put a directive in there. So that's why I'm supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more speakers. I'll just speak. Oh, wait. Councillor Newman. Councillor. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Procedurally, Chair, the reason why we're having to debate this amendment is that this amendment seeks to adopt the wording that was prepared in the officer's the recommendations in the officer's report. The change was triggered by a Chair's recommendation, and what Councillor Fletcher is simply seeking to do is to adopt the wording that was codified in the original report. And I appreciate the strong views. I have listened carefully to you, Member Henare, and I uphold your right to speak. And I will not interject. Well, 64 years, it's never too late to learn. And I'm trying to learn from you. But one thing that I think that we should do is give the courtesy of allowing for all voices to be heard in these debates, hopefully without interjection. Chair, I really think that a unified vote around this table would be so good. The bill should not pass in its current form. It should not pass. Why? Because there is an established jurisprudence. And that jurisprudence has been codified through decades to have a referendum on something like, I mean, I regard New Zealand's constitution as a form of conventions, which is, it's not, it's unique to New Zealand. A lot of liberal democracies have constitutions which are based on conventions, and New Zealand is one of them. I don't think this bill in its current form should pass, because I don't believe that we should be moving away from that established jurisprudence to a referendum. But that's a matter that we would set out in a submission, which is what was precisely recommended, I thought, in the original wording. So I get it. Some people want their sugar hit. Their half-written social media posts are standing by. I get that. But, well, you know, I won't interject, but I invite others to listen, even if they don't like what I have to say on the matter. The point being here is that there is an opportunity for a submission to be lodged that has the unanimous support of everybody, and I just happen to think that that's a jolly good idea. If it is the case that, you know, we're going to have a submission that's supported by the majority, that's fine. But, you know, we're going to have our divisions and we're going to have this, but possibly there is an opportunity for a collective decision to achieve a good outcome, which I think would be very powerful. So I will support the amendment, which is not, I think, controversial. It is simply seeking to achieve what was set down in the original paper that was agreed for this agenda. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora. I just want to address the issue of chairs recs first. This is quite a common occurrence where a chair will come with recommendations that are in some way different from what was on the agenda report. So I just want to be really clear, this is not unusual for a chair to put forward something that takes a clear position when staff have prepared something that is more straight down the line. That is quite a common thing we see at most meetings. And indeed, you know, we have on our agenda for Thursday some stuff where I'm anticipating we're going to have some pretty full-on chairs recs actually, not unusual at all. So just to put that to bed first. I'm also a little bit confused about the idea that I think I've heard pretty much everybody who is who is saying we shouldn't say in opposition to, so that they spoke previously on the substantive or they're speaking now on the submission. Maybe not every single person, but most of them say that they don't support the bill in some way or another. Why on earth would they therefore want to take out of our position something that expresses that opposition to the bill in its current form? That does not make sense. We have an opportunity here to clearly state our position. What I'm hearing on the table is a strong majority of opposition to the bill in its current form. Let's use those words. And ultimately the idea that by taking out those words we could have a unified position, actually putting in those words is what gives us a unified position, because that's what I'm hearing people say, that they are opposed to the bill in its current form. Taking it out weakens our position, actually fragments us and is unclear about what our position is. I would rather that we put forward something clear that reflects what I'm hearing around the table, that is opposition, even if it is not unanimously supported, as opposed to putting in something that is unclear and weaker, that actually does not reflect the view around the table. The final thing I wanted to note is that my role at this table as an elected representative is a leadership role, as has been mentioned. My role here at this table is enabled by the treaty. I am tangata tiriti, and my role as tangata tiriti, as an elected member from my community, Māori and tangata tiriti, is to honour the treaty, toitū te tiriti, and to that effect, opposition to this bill is toitū te tiriti in action. It is fulfilling my role as tangata tiriti and as a leader for my community. So I will be opposing the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferry. Councillor Bartley.
I absolutely 100% oppose this amendment. I'm embarrassed to sit around this table and hear what I'm hearing. It is totally tokenistic. If we don't support opposing this bill, we don't support standing with tangata whenua, we don't support listening and honouring what our Haukura IMSB members are asking us to do. It's just all token. All this talk of saying, no, we need to be unified, I call bullshit. When have those people that have asked for unity ever said that before? And now they're using it as a mask to get us to stand in the middle of the road rather than take a position. I am totally triggered by Councillor Newman saying that this is a sugar hit for people to put on their social media. That's disgusting to trivialise this major issue into people wanting to put up a social media post. That's not what this is about. I reckon we should take down these pictures and stop doing karakia and stop turning up at marae and campaigning there during election time, because it's all token. It is all token. We didn't support Māori seats, and now we're going to stand in the middle of the road for this. Utter bullshit.
Kia ora, Councillor Bartley. I mean, I just want to start with this comment. I do not support the Treaty Principles Bill because it's divisive. There's nothing in this bill that I like, and the National Party sees no need for it. We oppose it. Christopher Luxon also added that the whole party will not be supporting this bill, and it is in opposition and will oppose it, make a decision on the second reading. So when I put this in, we were requested last meeting to do a submission on this. The Mayor's office, we discussed it would be best to come here. The staff said, look, we will just do, as we always do, a submission with general comment and information, but it would be up to the chair or the committee to decide whether you support or oppose the bill. That happens on any and all bills. I am quite surprised to see that we would now vote down opposing, which, in no uncertain terms, voting down opposition to this bill is supporting the bill. There is no other way that can be seen. This is not about social media posts. This is not about, and a lot of people around this table, Councillor Newman, do social media posts on lots of things. I just would like, I'm actually shocked to this conversation considering a lot of people are saying they oppose it. One of the biggest hikoi I've ever seen come through our city heads along Tamaki Drive up to Takaparafo, Bastion Point. One of my best friends, Kataraina Davis, stood as kaikaranga and welcomed people from all over our country to Bastion Point. What happened at Bastion Point, just not long before I was born, we know that story and we know the pain that still has for our city. But many of us stand here, turn up to marae, as Councillor Bartley says, turn up to Matariki events, turn up to Waitangi events, say all the right things, say all the nice things, vote during COVID, majority in favour of, I think unanimously in favour of not cutting our Māori Outcomes Fund, supporting all of these things through, and we can't even do what our mana whenua partners are asking us to do, what young people, young rangatahi who said a few months ago, sitting at this table, that they feel embarrassed about their reo now, whakamā about being proud to be Māori because of the changes to legislation. 2016, the Māori Language Act came in under the last national government, which said that we should put te reo and Māori culture through every part of our government system and all our departments, and slowly in time that was changing. What was the first thing this government did? Change the names and reverse them. Do you know what that says to young tamariki and rangatahi in this city when they see their language and they see their people and their culture and their identity being talked about like that? I cannot imagine what it does. But I know what it does in my whānau. My great-grandmother was the last person to speak Māori in my family because she was not allowed to speak it. And my grandmother always wished she had the ability and the understanding of our culture, and we don't. And I wish I did. And what we're doing here is just being clear of what we oppose, what I thought the government opposed. It is not my fault that we are sitting here debating it. It is not my fault this is political. It is absolutely political. And often, and I hear it from the couple of people around this table, calling others political by doing very political acts, which is shutting us up, belittling us, or telling us not to have a view at all. If we don't show opposition, I have to speak to Select Committee and say, sorry, committee, I don't have a clear answer from the biggest city in this country, the biggest Māori city in this country. I've just got some vibes and some random facts about what we do on Māori outcomes and our spirit with Te Tiriti o Waitangi. That's all I'll be able to say. They'll say, did you oppose the bill? And I'll say, well, unlike the government who is going to oppose the bill, I can't say that our council opposed it. I will say we sort of just gave some neutral feelings on the issue. So I really hope that this amendment doesn't pass, because it leaves us in a very strange place. We are doing fantastic things. Our Māori staff, our Māori outcomes teams, the fact that we have relationship agreements, nearly every local board with mana whenua. We're going to do this amazing thing with the Waitakere deed, which, as Member Ashby will say, they've been waiting 16 years for us to do this, even though the legislation told us to do it all that time ago. We get a chance to move forward for our city. We get a chance to be strong, put a line in the sand on what Te Tiriti means to us. Otherwise, every single page and every single plan we pass, all our shoreline adaptation plans, which we're working with mana whenua, we're just saying that was meaningless. And I've had a lot of feedback from mana whenua groups in our community on this bill when they saw it coming on our agenda. And that is why I thought, being clear, like the government will be on the second reading, that they oppose the bill. And so I didn't think it was that controversial to also say we oppose the bill. So I'll be voting against this amendment. Kia ora. And there's been a division called.
Thank you, members. You are now voting by division on the amendment on the screen. Chair Hills.
No.
Member Ashby.
Oh, no.
Councillor Baker.
Or.
Councillor Bartley.
No.
Councillor Darby.
Against.
Councillor Ferry.
Against.
Councillor Filipina.
Pahode. No.
Councillor Fletcher.
For.
Councillor Foley.
Against.
Member Hinare.
No.
Councillor Henderson.
No.
Councillor Lee.
Aye.
Councillor Leone.
No.
Councillor Newman.
For.
Deputy Mayor Simpson. Councillor Stewart. Councillor Turner.
For.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Watson. Councillor Williamson.
For.
So that is an equal vote. Chair, you need to either vote for or against as your casting vote.
Yes, I'll use my casting vote to go against, back to the substantive, which is often the way.
Kia ora.
Thank you. So that is lost. We go back to the original motion with the red writing.
I hope that's mentioned at the select committee.
Kia ora, Councillor Lee, you've had your speaking turn on this one. Would anyone like to speak to the substantive that hasn't yet? No. Right, so I think I had a different, a lot of words to say in this in the original, but I guess I will just speak briefly to this again. I don't think, and I'm sad that members have chosen to make this quite divisive when actually in opposition is the most straightforward vote, especially as the government is opposed. And it's in line with everything we do in this place. And I'm sad that many people would have or will watch this debate and see how the votes fell on that. So we'll go again to a division on this, as Councillor Bartley asked for.
Thank you, members. You're voting on the resolution that's on the screen. Chair Hills.
Aye.
Member Ashby.
Aye.
Councillor Baker.
No.
Councillor Bartley.
Yes.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Ferry.
For.
Councillor Filipina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
Abstain.
Councillor Foley.
For.
Member Hinare.
4.
Councillor Henderson,
Aye.
Councillor Lee,
No.
Councillor Leone,
4.
Councillor Newman,
No.
Deputy Mayor Simpson, Councillor Stewart,
No.
Councillor Turner,
Against.
Councillor Walker,
Against?
Councillor Watson, Councillor Williamson,
No.
That's carried.
Thank you very much, members. I think we deserve a 5-minute break, so we'll come back in 5 minutes. item 9. We have Karen and Rebecca on the Karen just got a brief presentation on this.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Karen Kirkaho from the Strategic Advice Unit, and apologies from my colleague Rebecca from the Planning Unit. So the Resource Management Consenting and Other System Changes Bill was just released last night. We're expecting the bill to be introduced this afternoon. This is just an overview of where we are in the government's programme of resource management reform. We've made a number of submissions over the past year, including the fast-track consenting bill. We're now in phase 2 of the resource management reforms, which consist of 2 components. First of all, the bill, but we're also expecting amendments to national direction, and engagement on that will commence next year. We don't know the date, the closing date for the submission yet. We expect it to be referred to the Select Committee before Christmas, and they'll set the submission deadline. But we're hoping around about early to mid-February. And the phase 2 amendments are expected to be carried through to phase 3, which involves the replacement of the Resource Management Act with new spatial planning legislation and environmental protection legislation. And we're expecting phase 3 bill to be introduced in mid next year. This is a very brief overview of what the bill contains. Basically, it's a series of targeted changes to improve efficiency and effectiveness and to deliver the coalition government's commitments to double the amount of renewable energy available, to enable the delivery of high-quality infrastructure, to unlock development capacity for housing, and to enable primary sector growth and development. Obviously, we haven't had a chance to read the detail in the bill, but the main changes are around system improvements, basically changes to strengthen implementation of national direction, including enhanced ministerial intervention powers, and carrying over changes to the compliance regime, which were in the Natural and Built Environment Act. And the council actually supported these changes, particularly around cost recovery provisions. On the infrastructure and energy package, it includes provisions to speed up consenting and extending consent durations for renewable energy and long-lived infrastructure. However, we've heard from MFE officials this excludes water infrastructure. It also provides for longer lapse dates for designations. The farming and primary sector package includes the ability to review marine farming consent conditions, faster processing for wood processing facilities, and revised legislation for farm plans. In the natural hazards and emergency response package, it will include the ability to decline consents or approve subject to conditions where there are significant risks of natural hazards. Currently, as you know, the RMA prevents us from taking an integrated planning response for natural hazards and intensification. So this bill is an opportunity to remove this constraint and allowing us to get on with planning for Auckland on these matters with less cost, delay and duplication than under the current settings. Phil Reid's workshop tomorrow will provide an update on potential changes to the Auckland Unitary Plan to better address natural hazards. And this package will also include regulation-making powers to speed up our response to emergencies. And finally, under the housing package, the bill will set out a process to opt out of the medium density residential standards. However, you should know that the detail on how to demonstrate 30 years of capacity is expected to be included in the revised National Policy Statement for Urban Development, which will be consulted on early next year. Planning staff have also advocated for provisions relating to councils that are partway through the process of amending their plan through intensification planning instruments. I know the planning division are looking at these provisions right now. And we also expect changes to the process of listing, or rather delisting, historic heritage. So we're expecting the submission to be prepared over the Christmas period, but because we don't know the deadline yet and we expect it to be in early February, we're seeking a delegation for final sign-off of the submission. Kia ora.
Thank you, Karen. Yep, pretty simple resolution. Just if by chance the submission period closes after the next committee, it will come back here for a full look and discussion about that. But we just don't want to lose the opportunity to have a say. So I'm happy to move. Anyone second? Councillor Baker second. Questions, Member Ashby.
Kia ora, thank you for the report. Just a quick one from me. Obviously, the stuff's moving quickly, and there's some detail, in particular in relation to how Māori fit in or don't into this, may not be impacted yet. So just with reference to your Māori impact statement. So the question is, you know, if anything like that comes to light, what will be the process for trying to get feedback from iwi, mātawaka, and also, you know, our secretariat could assist. So I know that timeframes are tight, but how's that risk going to be managed should anything arise?
Yes, we haven't seen anything from the government's previous announcements around phase 2, specifically relating to Māori. The trend, however, has been to protect existing treaty settlement provisions. In terms of process, we'll follow our normal submissions process. So that will include drafting a memo tailored to Mana Whenua, basically giving them a heads up and inviting them to provide feedback which we can incorporate into council's submission. And that process also involving the IMSB's Hokura Secretariat in the council's internal submission process.
Kia ora. Councillor Newman.
Thank you for the report on what is quite a complex issue for which we are really trying to preempt this, aren't we? So I wanted to give some sense as to what is your line of sight to some of the challenges in relation to the opt-out of the medium density residential standards. The advice we've received to date is that that opt-out is actually quite hard given the test for the 30 years housing growth, the capacity for that is really, it's clearly drafted by Wellingtonians as opposed to Aucklanders. So have you got any sense at this stage as to how you're likely going to be able to frame this? Because to be frank, there is a need for an opt-out, but the test for achieving that opt-out has to be more sympathetic to what we understand will happen and what the challenges we'll face in terms of our ability to meet the demand through infrastructure.
Yes, our understanding is it's setting out the process to opt out, provided councils demonstrate 30 years of housing growth. How you actually do that will probably be set out in the NPS urban development. I don't really know how that's going to go at the moment. I know our planning colleagues were advocating with officials around having Auckland specific provisions, but I do know that there's other councils that around the country that are partway through their plan change process. I know the bill does include some provisions, but our planning colleagues are looking in detail at them at the moment. They might be able to provide an update tomorrow at the workshop.
Through the chair, if you don't mind, can I just add to that to say, yes, we do have a workshop tomorrow or a briefing with you, and we will provide as much information as we know tomorrow, which probably won't answer all your questions. And it will depend on that definition that the government has around capacity and where it goes, and in that NPSUD. So we'll do our best tomorrow as well.
If I may, through you, Chair, could I just revert to a question to Megan if she can answer it. She might not be able to, but clearly there is a challenge that an NPS is a very because it's an NPS, it becomes difficult to reconcile that around the need for an Auckland carve-out given our unitary plan. So are we able to, could I foreshadow that we would need to be able to address this as part of our submission, as well as the obvious need to try and address this through any regional deal?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. And we can further talk tomorrow if that's helpful.
And Councillor Newman, myself and the Mayor and Angela Dalton wrote similar to the Minister, and then I've recently emailed the Minister too for more Auckland-focused potential carve-out, especially with the complexity of where we're at, different to others. Councillor Ferry.
Thanks. My question's very specific, and it's really more that with all of these changes, I've kind of lost track of where tree protection is sitting. So is tree protection going to be something we can pursue through this, or because it was going to be in the MBE Act, where is tree protection sitting? Because, it's something we need to address.
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I haven't seen anything in the bill. I know the previous government had proposed some provisions as part of their revisions to the NPS urban development. So we might have to wait until we see the changes to national direction next year. But it's something we could maybe think about as part of the submission.
Okay, I'd appreciate that. I think, there's a focus there on housing capacity, and actually trees are part of what makes more intense housing possible and human scale. So then they shouldn't be seen in opposition, which I know was an issue with the previous government. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more questions, Karen, so I'll just get you to step back. Thank you very much. And we will try and get as much information out to the members as soon as we have all the information. Kia ora. Is there any debate on this one? Councillor Newman.
Yeah, look, thank you, Chair. I just want to make a couple of points, if I may. Clearly, this approval is a bit of a belts and braces should the submissions period close prior to being able to consider this in the normal meeting schedule in 2025. There is no, as I understand it, no appetite to indicate in your Chair's resolution if you're going to be supporting or opposing the submission, the bill in its current form. And the reason for that is that, as the officers have identified, rightly I think, that there are many matters that are going to need to be addressed, and it's actually about the application of a number of these points given what we know is the contrast between what the government seeks to achieve through an NPSUD and its practical application, particularly as it relates to density in Auckland. I think that this bill, and I won't be one of the authors of the submission, I think that this bill is probably going to be deficient. It's not going to allow for us to effectively opt out of the medium density residential standard. If we are having to subrogate our planning to an to a national policy statement. And the point that I would make there is that whilst I don't think that, you know, most bills you should be so strongly one way or the other, it's always, to me it's a bit of a combination thereof. In that particular part of the bill, it is very important that the government seeks to pass legislation that allows us to do precisely what we need to do to get that opt-out, because there are parts of Auckland that most definitely should not be subject to the sort of to the density standards that I think that officials from the Ministry for the Environment and others are seeking to achieve, because there are infrastructure challenges, there are challenges in relation to hazards, and quite frankly, there are character issues that need to be defended. So I hope that the timing of this will allow for further consideration by a committee of the whole, but I appreciate you taking that into consideration when you prepare the submission if you have to draft it before then.
Kia ora, Councillor. Don't think there's any other speakers to this, and I'll just, I guess, briefly speak and reply to you, Councillor Newman, as my speaking point that yes, we will be, if the timeframe doesn't fit, using our current submissions and letters and things that you have brought up as part of the submission, and we will do our best to circulate and ask for feedback as well. I think that would be important, as there is quite a lot of nuance, and what I'm hearing, the legislation will even add more nuance and more guidance to us. Of course, any future plan change will have significant amount of debate and early consultation, and then full notification as well. So there'll be several opportunities, but thank you for that. Right, all those in favour? Any opposed? No, thank you. Right, we'll go straight on to item 10, our Thriving Rangatahi, Council's plan to support thriving children and young people. Kia ora. And we have two members of our Youth Advisory Panel as well. So if everyone at the table could introduce themselves at the beginning, and then I think I think we're going to go straight into the conversation, are we? Kia ora, Liz or Caroline.
Kia ora koutou. Ko Caroline Stevens, toko ingoa. I'm a senior policy advisor in the community policy team. To my left, I've got Liz Civil. She's the senior policy manager for community policy. And to my right, I've got Esther O'Donnell, a member of the Youth Advisory Panel, and Sanat Singh, a co-chair of the Youth Advisory Panel. We do have a brief PowerPoint presentation. However, we are happy to forego that just in lieu of time and hand over some of that time to the Youth Advisory Panel who'd like to speak to the item, if that's all right.
Yeah, I think we've got a lot on the agenda. So if we take the report as read, maybe go to our Youth Advisory Panel members, and then if there are any questions, there's also the presentation on Nexus in the attachments.
Perfect. Just to say briefly, we are here seeking adoption of Thriving Rangatahi, Council's commitment and plan to support the well-being of children and young people. A comprehensive review was presented to committee in 2023 of last year, and that was the review of I Am Auckland, Council's former child and youth strategy. The review found that the strategy was not fit for the future, and that Council could do more to better target its support to those children and young people who are facing the greatest barriers to participation. The review findings aligned really closely with Ngā Hapori Momoho, the Council's community wellbeing strategy, and as a result, the Planning, Environment and Parks Committee agreed to nest strategic priorities for children and young people under that strategy. Thriving Rangatahi is the plan that sets out that commitment. We have worked with the Youth Advisory Panel at key stages of development this year, and presented the plan to them last month and received their support. And the two members here would like to speak to the item today, so I'll hand that over to them. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. I'm incredibly honoured to be here in support of the Thriving Rangatahi policy. There are so many things that I deeply admire about the way in which the policy was created, especially in how it is aligned with the Youth Advisory Panel's strategic priorities. This feature is truly thoughtful and shows the level of commitment from Mackenzie and Caroline to understand and advocate for the needs of Tamaki Makaurau's youth. The policy provides a clear call to action through accessible language, and the key message of Thriving Rangatahi is that when the youth of Auckland are healthy and well, safe to be ourselves, have a voice, are connected to te taiao, the environment, we can thrive and the world is ours. Thriving Rangatahi recognises the key role that Council plays in all of these aspects of the lives of rangatahi and outlines key levers that could be used. For example, advocating for accessible and reliable public transport, creating youth-led community spaces, civics education and involving youth voice in decision-making. This policy also outlines a much-needed shift in Council's work to being more connected and inclusive. This is a massive opportunity for change here, and I've experienced the limitations of Council's current complex and siloed way of working firsthand, and have found it very hard to engage with as a young person. Thriving Rangatahi recognises the role of community groups and those already on the ground doing the mahi and engaging with young people successfully, emphasising the importance of facilitating, funding and enhancing this vital mahi. Finally, but most importantly, youth voice is woven throughout the policy, truly honouring and doing justice to the communities that it seeks to serve. Thriving Rangatahi is grounded in the aspirations, hopes and dreams of rangatahi in the present and future.
Thank you, Esther. That was very powerful. Even I don't know what to say after that. Kia ora, team PPC. It's really good to be here. I hope you're all looking forward to a well-deserved summer break. Just a big thank you to Caroline and the team at Thriving Rangatahi for putting together this very excellent and comprehensive plan. The engagement with the Youth Advisory Panel has been brilliant over the course of the last year or so. So we really appreciate the fact that Council is willing to stick with us, go through the process, stay accountable to it, and deliver something that will really work. Just a couple of words, especially in the spirit of the conversations we've been having in this room today. I think it's always good to reground ourselves in purpose and why it exists, why this plan exists, why does the Youth Advisory Panel exist, why is it so important that Council engages with young people? And it isn't just defined by our statutory obligations, it isn't just defined by it's the right thing to do. It's really about the opportunities here for the richness, the diversity, the well-being, the development, and the progress of our communities and our cities. And that's to do with every community, every demographic we engage with. When we think about young people, in our city, there are three big thoughts that come to my head. The first one being that they're living, conscious human beings that populate our communities. They have visions for what they want the world around them to look like, what they want their elected members to do, even though they don't really have a say in who's around this table. And that's important. It's important that we continue to honor that and honor their dreams and their aspirations. Number two, young people aren't monolithic. They aren't all the same. They were represented across the spectrum. We have rainbow young people. We have disabled young people. We don't have senior young people, unfortunately. Yeah, that's, but we have Pacifica young people. We have ethnic young people. It is important that we actively engage and represent them because they are the most acutely deprived or the most acutely victim to the problems that a lot of our demographics and a lot of our communities across the city face, especially because they don't have that representation. They don't have the power to have that say as much as other people do. And number three, that this room, the people that are sitting in these tables are going to change in 20 to 30 years. You guys are stewards for the next generation of leaders that are going to be occupying your seats right now. And so it's pretty important that you are out there engaging with those young people, inspiring them, letting them know that they also have the power to change the world around them and to lead. And I think that the thing that I really take away from this plan is that Thriving Rangatahi is set up to empower this complex and labyrinth organization to finally engage with young people in a comprehensive and accountable way, in a way that will define what the city looks like, not only in the next decade, but for the next 50 years. And so it's incredibly important that we all throw our support behind this, and why the Youth Advisory Panel was more than happy to do that, but that this plan not only just becomes a plan that's on the shelf, but is something as a tool. It's a set of principles and values that is actively incorporated into every step, every speech that you make, every action and every decision that you take in these rooms today. So thank you.
Kia ora, kia ora Sanat, and Esther, really appreciate you both being here. I'll just go to questions just specifically to you both, and then I'll get you to step back so then we can ask questions of officers if there are any. Are there any questions for our Youth Advisory Panel? Mayor Brown.
I've got a fair bit of support for what you're saying, but there's a bit of an absence of up there of teaching basic economics and financial understanding, because that's an important thing. You've got all the things that you want there, but it's all got to come from somewhere or other. And I've employed a lot of young people over the years, and I'm shocked at how little they know about money. So what do you answer to that?
Mayor, that's more of a failure of our public education system more than anything else, really. I mean, you have community groups out there that do quite a good job at teaching young people, or trying to teach young people, about money and financial management. The scene in our schools is also changing very quickly as well to be more oriented towards essential life skills, something that we tend to lose out on the advent of technology and social media. But I think, you know, this plan is more aspirational, it trickles down, and I think you should just have some faith that young people probably get there, probably understand sooner or later, and a little bit better than a lot of the decision makers that have come in the past as well.
Articulating as you've done with such energy and commitment, I'm just bubbling away with it, so thank you. Hey, paragraph 38, I know this is in the report, but I really wanted to ask you as panel members, there's comment there that young people are experiencing climate anxiety. Can you just tell us, how does that show up? Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to read it, but I'd really like to understand, you know, what are young people really feeling? You know, what's eating them? Because that's a big subject matter, yeah? But how does that show up in daily life, the week, the study place, the home, etc.?
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that as someone who at age 10 first learned about climate change, was at the School Strike for Climate age 12, walking down Queen Street. And I think it's such an existential threat that it sort of permeates every part of my life, even now. And like even from small things like being so anxious about taking a shower because I've got obviously long hair and I need to wash it for a while, and I was like, I can't do this, I'm killing the planet. And it's a really like personal thing, I think, and we all sort of have that personal responsibility. But I guess as I've sort of I wouldn't say I've aged out of it. I continue to be very anxious about climate change, but I guess it's this hope and good faith that our decision makers are listening to us and taking those things on board, and that maybe while I can't change the world personally, that people have my best interests at heart. And I think a lot of that is just good faith. But I think also when that trust is violated, and when you see decision makers continually making decisions that don't take the interests of young people or the community at heart, it's really hard to sort of earn that trust back. And I think that this is what gives me hope, is this policy, is that if we are taking and honouring the views of young people, we can maybe curb some of that anxiety, and that there is hope for the next generation. And I think even though I'm coming here today as a young person, I'm also an advocate on behalf of the next generations, and I really hope that no one has to experience that again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you. And last question for the panel members, the panel member liaison himself. Councillor Henderson.
Look, it'd be awesome to move this as well, Chair, if you don't mind. But I do have a bit of a queue here. I'm just looking at where is this? Oh my gosh. So anyway, belonging and connection here. One would think that in a social media connected world, then people feel more belonging and more connection than ever before, but actually that's not quite the case, right? Just wondering if you could sort of educate us on maybe some of the challenges that come under that heading and even what we could look to do about them. Kia ora.
I think it's a complex question, but I think first of all, social media technology probably drives a lot of connection, but also drives a lot of divisiveness as well. It just sort of silos people and keeps them away from each other in very physical terms. But I think it's also a very unique and neat and very convenient excuse to be like, well, you know, they have spaces online to connect, so what's the excuse for having to fund and develop and cater and take care of physical spaces of connection and belonging? Why should we have to create those? We can so easily accomplish that at a very low cost and a very low resource. So to me, it's like connection and belonging for young people has changed rapidly because we are just chronically online now, but also because simultaneously there's not been a concerted effort to build community and build connection. That's an active thing that needs to happen. It's an active relationship that council needs to undertake with the community around it to make sure that young people have spaces and have places where they can be just themselves without the need to change. Yeah.
That's so awesome. Look, I don't need to speak, Chair, but I just wanted to say thank you so much for coming in, and it's a real honour to be working with you as a liaison, and I'm just really proud of all the great work you're doing. Kia ora. Thanks, Chair.
Kia ora, thank you both, and we'll make sure that, could we put a thank you on the resolutions. Councillor Henderson would like to move, and over seconder, Councillor Ferry. And we'll just get Sana Esther to move back so then we can discuss with the officers. Thank you so much. And now questions of officers on the plan itself. Not that you need to ask questions. Councillor Watson.
Yeah, just going through just a one question really to do with a section on health and well-being for young people, and particularly as it goes to playing, sport and recreation and services that give young people opportunities to be a bit active. So, and I just want to try and relate that to how that emerges going forward. So change the way we work comes in a bit later, and this notion that one size fits all doesn't work and we've got to go to targeted approaches. So trying to apply that to open space and sports and all that stuff. So my impression as I travel around Auckland is that most suburbs have got their sports fields, they've got their sports clubs, their recreation centres, whether you're in the poorer parts of Auckland or the wealthier, because all people need to be active. So I'm just curious as to what changing to the targeted approach to activity in sports, recreation, how would that change is really what I'm asking under this new vision.
Kia ora, through the chair. Thank you for your question. I think the targeted and tailored, it's a key shift that you see in Ngā Hapori Momoho, and with regards to parks, sports, open spaces, we know how important they are for physical and mental well-being. And so what this plan does is it asks us to recognize that link, how important it is that we as council have a real role in providing some of those protective factors for physical and mental well-being for children and young people. And what this plan does through Ngā Hapori Momoho is try to make sure that children and young people are a consideration and their well-being is a consideration across all decisions for council. So when we are making some of those open space, when we are planning programs and activities, we want them to be really locally based at a local level because we know the needs differ across Auckland, and that children and young people are considered in all decisions and all planning and program development.
I guess, you know, with sport, that's implicit, isn't it? If you're building a cricket oval or a rugby or league field, that's largely for young people. I think disproportionately so. So I guess what I'm also keen to know is if, and it's probably maybe not the business of this plan, but
will that encourage a bit more creativity in how we supply things? So, for instance, if you look around, one of the most popular things are these little basketball half courts or a little bit of concrete and a hoop. And no matter where you go to in Auckland, no matter what ethnicity, you'll have people playing there of all ages, and you have some good examples overseas of how good that is for the community. So this won't get to that kind of granular level of saying, well, what's other things we could do now that brings that sense of community and gets young people active, that we know already works, so that they don't have to think about it. They just need to go out and look at what happens down at Victoria Park or over in Albany or down south. You'll see what really attracts disproportionate to other things. So how do you envisage that type of response coming out of this?
Thank you for the question. I think one of the opportunities by involving children and young people in decision making, for example, in the way we create spaces, is we can get their voice into the design of it. So, you know, what we think might work and what they think might work, you know, there might be some different views there. So the opportunity to sort of work alongside children and young people in the design of those spaces and the sort of activities they want to do, and that could be quite diverse across different communities, as Caroline has mentioned. So I think it's kind of the way that we work with children and young people to kind of get that involvement, get that participation, get their ideas into the way we design a city and the way the city works is a key thing. And that means continuing to do a lot of things we've done that are working really well, but actually saying, are there children who are missing out, who perhaps aren't participating as much as other children or young people, and how could we get them involved, get them participating? And that might require a slightly different approach or a different activity that they're into, you know. So it's thinking about all of those things.
Councillor Williamson.
Yeah, look, very quick question from a person at the other end of the age spectrum. I've always insisted, and we're finally starting to do it in these papers, a financial implications section. And I've read here that the community strategy, it's in the Thriving Community Strategy, which is as part of, does not have a specific budget attached to it. Then I always wonder when I read stuff like that, does this create tension and pressure for money to be spent? And if so, why don't we quantify what that would be? Or does this not require any extra expenditure on behalf of the council at all?
The working assumption is that it doesn't require any additional. It's about directing the existing resources we've got.
That's good.
That's not to say if there isn't an amazing child and youth initiative that comes up that couldn't be put forward as part of an LTP process or an
yeah, but this paper doesn't create that pressure. No. That's the main thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, that's all the questions. I'll get you both to step back. Thank you very much. We'll just see if there are any points of debate. I feel like it's pretty clear and pretty awesome. Councillor Ferry.
I just wanted to acknowledge the role of the Youth Advisory Panel as the Chief Liaison Councillor for the Advisory Panels, needs a new name, and also the way that they've been enabled and empowered through this process today to be able to be here and have their say in the respectful way that people have dealt with them. This is quite an intimidating environment. I don't know if we always remember that because we sit around the table a lot and we're used to this room, but it is actually very intimidating, particularly to sit over there and present to us. And I really respect the way that our committees are starting to include advisory panels when relevant reports come to us. So I just wanted to note that. Thank you. And also, I did have a question for them, but it was, how are you so awesome? Which is probably not a real question, so I thought I'd hold it back.
It's welcomed, but maybe out of order. Kia ora, there are no more speakers. Yeah, just thanks again to the team, and huge amount of work, and this will help encourage more young people to be involved with what council does, whether that's sports, arts, democratic action, the environment. It does help us see the lens of young people, and that's extremely important to all of us, I'm sure. All those in favour? Any opposed? No. I mean, I'm in favour, sorry. Right, we'll go to item... we have a staff member that has had to go to interview they're interviewing someone for a role, so they will be back after lunch. So we're going to unfortunately skip item 11 for now, and then we'll move to items 12 and 13, which we are taking together. They are two different items. and then we're going to go to lunch after this. So it's our choice how long we want to take before lunch. Now, I know, Councillor Filipina, I know you have to head off. I wondered if you want to say a few brief words as the chair of the working group, and then if you need to head off during the item, it might be best if you speak first. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe te rangatire, he mana ngā mihi ki a koe. Thank you so much. Yeah, I just want to make a few notes in regards to the open space sports and rec strategy. And as the chair of the Open Space Sport and Recreational Joint Political Working Group, I'd firstly like to thank the committee chair, thank yourself for the invitation to share the work which we've been doing at today's meeting. I'd also like to thank the staff, including Louise Mason, Kataraina Maki, Coral Candler, Rachel O'Brien, Ezra Barwell, Dorothy Guthrie and Aubrey Bloomfield for their work to date in supporting the group, and also Phoebe from our governance team. As you would read in the report, Chair and members of the committee, there has been a lot of consultation with our local boards and interested groups over the long period, and now the draft is ready to go out to our community for consultation, again including our local boards who are crucial. Lastly, Chair, before I hand it over to our team, I just want to acknowledge the political working group, Councillor Fletcher, local board member Sandra Coney and Deputy Chair Margie Watson, and initially Haukura member Matua Tony Kake, initially and now Whaia Pongarau Hine Rea Renata, who is currently on the working group. So, Chair, I just want to hand it over to the staff, but again, just want to acknowledge you, the Deputy Chair, in regards to this work. Yeah, ngā mihi, kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor, and thank you so much for the tireless amount of work that yourself and the working group members have put in. I know that there was a lot of meetings and offline conversations and workshops with local board members and others, so kia ora for that. And I hope you can stay for as long as you can, and I know you'll be back after lunch. Kia ora, we'll head off to, I think, who wants to go first? Coral? And that, if you just want to introduce yourselves, I know Councillor Alf has kind of acknowledged you all, but it'll be good for everyone to know who you are if they don't.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Carol Conley. I'm the Senior Policy Manager for Community Investments, and I'm here with my General Manager, Louise Mason, and my Principal Advisor, Rachel O'Brien, and Ezra Bardwell, who has over 20 years of open space and recreation planning. We have a short presentation for you to introduce the two items, and I'll take question after that. If we could go to the next, I'll go to clicker. So as you can see, we're delivering an approved program of work. We had an approval in August 2022 by the Parks, Arts and Community and Events Committee to develop a refreshed and consolidated open space sport and recreation policy framework. The framework consists of 5 documents that you can see on the screen. Those 5 documents span across 2 domains, open space and sport and recreation, and across also strategic action plans, policies, and action plans. So they're quite a varied bunch. We had an agreed scope of work and establishment of a joint political working group chaired by Councillor Filipina. So what we're proposing now is a single document entitled Manaki Tamaki Mokolo, which is in front of you. And today we're seeking your approval to consult with Aucklanders on the draft. So we are presenting the report in 2 parts. And the reason is that we are the first team to consolidate our policies. And we realize that there is a lot of information coming in front of you today. So to make it easier to digest, we just presented part 1, which present our strategic directions and investment principle in the first report, and the policies which set the expectation from Auckland Council for our delivery in part 2. Obviously, those two reports come together and form a single strategy, but yeah, we acknowledge that it's a lot to digest, and so hopefully we'll be able to answer questions you have. So just reflecting on the work that has been done to get to this point, the work is based on strong evidence. We have a background paper that was presented to you earlier in the year. We have had other inputs from your different decisions, but also a very strong input from the Joint Political Working Group, which I would like to acknowledge and thank for all their contribution today. We also had two ROPU, an advisory ROPU and a MARE ROPU, which provided also a lot of direction and input throughout the process. And we worked very closely with our council colleagues as part of the Auckland Council family. So all the Auckland Transport, Iki, Panuku, and Tataki, as well as Auckland Council staff. And so the draft strategy today reflects all of those inputs, as well as stakeholders' involvement when we did some consultation earlier in the year. So we are proposing a number of improvements compared to the 5 documents that are currently in place. And we think that having a single strategy reduce complexity and duplications. So it's a consolidation. It's also built on other key documents in council, such as Thriving Communities, Kiara Tamaki Makolo, and the Climate Plan. So we're very much reflecting direction in those documents. It is current, so it very much reflects the opportunities and challenges that Auckland faces today, and the long-term plan directions, for example, delivering differently, the council not being the default provider, and making the most of what we have. So we've taken that very much on board. It also takes a TRO-MARI view and focus on 4 well-being that were selected by the MARI ROPU, and which is in your document. It also integrates open space, sport, and recreation. So we're bringing these 2 domains together, reflecting that most Aucklanders are active outdoors through walking, cycling, and running, for example. It also, we have a big section on our investment principle. So it's proposing a consistent approach to investment advice, focuses not only on cost, but on monetizing benefits when possible and delivering value for money. Also takes a holistic view of open space. So in the past, the current document really focused on green open spaces. We're looking at green, blue, and grey open spaces, and that will support different asset groups such as Healthy Waters, Parks, and Auckland Transport to work more closely together and collaborate in the planning and delivery stage of work. And finally, it's a pragmatic plan. We've worked really hard with our colleagues in implementation and stakeholders in implementation to make sure that we reflect current issues, but also current practices. So, as I mentioned, today is about getting approval to consult with Aucklanders. We're really keen to hear more widely from all the different groups in the region. We have heard from the local boards. The local boards, in the main, support the content. They've clearly expressed they want more open space provision everywhere in the region, not just in the growth area. So they have some specific pieces of feedback on that. But what they have told us is they really want to understand the local impact of such a strategy we're proposing today. And that will require quite a bit of local specialist advice, which, as you know, the organization is pivoting to give better advice to local boards. And we recognize at the moment that's not necessarily happening. So We will work with local boards to identify what advice they require, and that might be something different from what's provided today, but that's yet to come. We recommend that consultation proceed as planned in the early months of the next year, so you can actually consider adopting the revised strategy ahead of the election next year. So following consultation, and we will work with our colleagues to really simplify the plan and have something that's more digestible for Aucklanders. We will revise the plan, consult again with the local boards, seek their inputs at business meetings, and then bring back the strategy for your consideration. And so that's the end of my presentation. Yes, as I mentioned, today is for your approval, and we're happy to take questions.
Kia ora, thank you so much, and I know this has been a huge amount of work trying to get 5 policies together and make it all coherent for us to understand. I've got a comment from Mayor, but I'll wait till we've got some questions, and then we'll come back to the Mayor. And just Councillor Alf would like to move. Councillor Fletcher, would you like to second both items as the other member of the Working Party?
Yes, but in doing so, I don't think we've completely landed on this perfectly, and I think it's very good that it will be going up for consultation.
Yes, that's the most salient point, Councillor, thank you, is that this is not the final landing space, and it will go back to local boards as well as consultation with the public. Member Ashby.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the report. Just one from me. And acknowledging all the work gone into it, Hokura has been involved in the past, but have some questions that haven't been answered. And a key one is, I guess, how has land that's come back through treaty settlement, how is that is adjacent or otherwise with open space, how's that treated, or is there a connector or an opportunity there?
Yes, thank you for the question. Through the Chair, you'll see that in our investment approach, we have investing in honouring our Te Tiriti o Waitangi obligations. Having that as a central part of our investment approach aligns with existing council commitments, such as Te Ora o Tamaki Makaurau, Ki Ora o Tamaki Makaurau, our Māori Outcomes Framework, and the Auckland Plan. It also aligns with existing principles in the Thriving Community Strategy, which will help our implementation. Having said that, open space acquisition is just planned on a case-by-case basis, but you can see, particularly in our Principle 4 in our investment approach, we have quite a focus on increasing our partnerships with mana whenua, looking at opportunities to deliver open space sport recreation opportunities with them. But in terms of specific opportunities, that would be done on a case-by-case basis, aligned to that commitment, though.
Thank you. Supplementary, just a quick one. So in practice, because I understand the framework, in practice, if you've got open space opportunity right next door to return treaty settlement land, would there be a special engagement process or not?
Maybe we could come back to you with the answer, because we don't really have a specific example, and we would need to seek an answer from our colleagues who do the acquisitions. Is that all right?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking for the answer being yes, but I appreciate you have to go back.
Kia ora. Thank you. Councillor Watson.
The local boards remarked that they wanted to understand what the local impacts were, understandably. When you look at documents such as this, it can be very hard to visualise what it means for any given part of Auckland. Like you've got open space, you've got provisions of various magnitudes. You said that there was going to get some expertise or some specialist advice on that to inform them. I'm kind of curious to know what is it that specialist advice is going to indicate in any given area?
And thank you, Councillor Watson, for the question. And I think it is a really important one, given the feedback that we've had from local boards. Obviously, you know, there will be different situations in the different communities. When and if the strategy is adopted, we would be working with local boards in terms of the advice needed for their situation, and particularly as they start planning through their local board plans and work program as well. As Carola said, we are sort of moving more and more as an organisation to recognising the advice needed by local boards, and we'd certainly be working very closely with our colleagues to ensure that that happened.
Different parts of Auckland have different dynamics going as far as open space. Some, you know, are quite well served in the established areas. The new areas, we've always in the past assumed that, you know, so bigger development really qualifies for so much open space. So is it going to move away from that in any way? Does this strategy provide the possibility that somehow we'll be changing in a marked fashion from what we've been doing, say, since the foundation of the super city?
Again, thank you for the question, and that is quite a complex one looking across Auckland. What the strategy does is it really provides the tools, and alongside looking at more empowered decision making, fairer funding, the portfolio review, will enable local boards to look more closely at their situation. The strategy itself doesn't provide further funding. That would need to be done through normal processes, but it does provide the guidelines and the tools for looking at future investment. Of course, local boards themselves do have, you know, through fairer funding, they have, in some cases, do have more opportunities there, and they can look at various tools to, I suppose, pursue what they would wish to do in terms of future provision.
Thanks, Councillor. And last question, Councillor Walker.
I've just got a question around the context of our open space over time and what is currently happening. If we look at open space in Auckland across the region, substantial amounts of open space have been provided by benefactors, philanthropic gifts, you know, Cornwall Park, certainly a number of our regional parks. I'm not aware of what active detail we've got in this plan for actually fostering that and encouraging that. If we assess it over time, it's substantial. The other issue that I just put to you in respect of context is there doesn't appear to be much information around the importance of passive areas, areas of bush, the important representation of the preservation of various ecosystems across the region. That has received emphasis in the past, but it doesn't appear to be in here in terms of any contextual information. And then the other element of context that's also lacking is the present situation, where I know that often developers and people approaching council offering to gift land is turned down in a number of instances, because the comment will be made, oh, you know, we've got some costs attached to maintaining this, or it doesn't quite fit. I mean, that's a current reality. It isn't addressed here, but it is a concern that I've got. So what opportunity is there around providing some of this contextual information to inform this?
Thanks for the question. Rachel is going to answer the question about donation, and then as well about conservation, and I'll answer a question about gifting land.
Thank you for the question. In terms of the first part of that question around that context of philanthropic donations or the role of philanthropic funding within this context, our investment approach very much looks at strengthening that opportunity to use a wider range of funding sources. Philanthropic funding is obviously one of those, including donations of land. It can also include other things. We would very much be looking at how we set ourselves up in a much more proactive way to seek out those opportunities, as well as being more responsive to those opportunities. That can include things like working on kind of menu of opportunities for philanthropic funders. So I can confirm that's very much a part of our investment approach in strengthening the opportunity to do that. And I'll pass on to Ezra for the next part.
Thank you. Just in respect to natural environment, open space. So through the development of the draft, the Joint Political Working Group gave us a clear direction to consider the natural environment and the contribution that those sort of open spaces have. That's reflected in Strategic Direction 3. Policy 2 also speaks about conservation open space. However, when we go out for the feedback, if we find that there's a concern that it's not given enough profile, and we've just heard from Councillor Walker, we certainly can, could add an objective to Policy 1 to make it more obvious, to make it more, you give it more priority. We did consult with the Natural Environment Strategy team, and we've got some very clear criterion for the acquisition of that sort of open space, and looking at the qualities that we would like to have, what would be qualify for public ownership. So I think the stuff's there. It's maybe just buried a little bit and maybe needs to be brought front a bit better.
Sure. If I can just address a particular issue. I'm often made aware...
Is it a question, Councillor Walker?
Yeah, I'm just generating the context first, and then the question will follow, Mr. Chair. I'm often made aware by developers of instances where they've offered to give land to council across the region. And I'd suggest this is happening on a weekly basis, and they're turned down. They're turned down for a range of reasons. Generally, as councillors, we're just totally unaware of this because these decisions are made under delegated authority. But it does concern me that the quantum of land is hugely significant, and we're making those decisions today. I just wonder how it's possible through this form of strategy to address that issue, because in my opinion, from experiences I'm aware of, we're not always making the appropriate decisions there. And there isn't any context around this, but it amounts to maybe, sometimes thousands of acres.
Did you want to answer that one, Carol?
Yes, thanks for the question. I think the answer is that yes, there are opportunities to have land gifted, but we do not necessarily accept gift if it's not a piece of land that, first of all, we want or need, and there are costs associated with the maintenance of the land. And if the land has environmental benefit and those benefits can be ensured through other means than ownership in a cheaper way to council, that's the preferred way forward that this policy is putting forward. So if you also look at our open space provision policy and acquisition policy, we're looking at really strong criteria for the land that we will acquire at cost or at no cost, and that's to ensure that we get the land that we want, because there's always cost associated with ownership. So that's the answer.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I understand that answer, the concern that I'm putting in terms of context is that that process is not indicated here.
Okay, we'll make
And-
sure that we have.
And I'd suggest it's important that it is, so that we know the consequence of that decision, because it is hugely significant.
We will make sure when it comes back, we'll have the context, but we also need the context for the DC's team and also finance and others, because there's several kind of boxes that this goes through. But good point, Councillor.
I have one other question that goes to context, and it goes like this. Essentially, we have a situation across greenfield areas where we are not going to have anywhere near the amount of reserve space that historically we've had in Auckland, particularly in developed areas. So the consequence is that the opportunity for facilities in these greenfield areas to cater for a huge number of sports and recreational groups simply does not exist. For example, if, and I have to generate this context, Mr. Chair, if there's a group, say some Scouts or Girl Guides or any number of clubs and societies, and they want to erect something in greenfields areas, it's nigh on impossible because the space isn't there. The only reason we have these areas in our
What is
current
the
stock,
question, please, Councillor?
I'm just coming to that, is because that land has been gifted or this facility has been enabled. Is it possible to convey some of this context in what we go out with so that the people submitting are aware that the circumstance in greenfields areas is somewhat akin to a desert in respect of the sort of community facilities that they've been used to enjoying? I mean, that is the reality, but again, it's not obvious here.
Do you have a comment on that? I think
Yes, thanks for
there
the
is some context in the document.
Yes, thanks for the questions. You may recollect we had a workshop in July and then again in October related to open space provision standards. And the current policy was assessed, and we acknowledge that it doesn't deliver a sufficient level of capacity in greenfield areas. And so we're proposing changes to the provision policy to better deliver for those communities. And we're proposing through a couple of options that we're going to consult with Aucklanders on. So they will have the opportunity to engage with the context and the topic and provide feedback. We've already had some feedback. We tested our engagement approach through the People's Panel. And at the moment, the preferred option is option 2, which is delivering in those communities in medium and high density, where there's low to medium capacity of open space per capita. So this is acknowledged, and we're trying to find a solution to this problem. Obviously, the policy can only be implemented as budget enables. That's always for all the work that we all do at Council, a caveat. But yes, thanks for your question.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Thank you for that. First of all, I think I would support what you're trying to do. Turning 5 strategies into one is a good thing. Can't oppose that. So well done in that regard. I do have a couple of questions. Open spaces. Some of the open spaces that people regard as kind of like public open spaces have been leased off forever to golf courses, for instance, like the Remuera Golf Course, which we own, but we can't kind of use. Is that going to be involved here somehow or other? I've been trying to encourage those sort of people to perhaps provide some walking tracks through the golf course as well to do a bit more about improving their public licence to be there as well.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So currently we've got 1,300 community leases through primarily our reserves. So golf courses are parts of community groups leasing our spaces. and some are commercial leases as well. And it's down to the local board as to whether they wish to continue with those leases or change the use. When there is a gap in open space provision, we very much encourage the local board to look at whether some of that land can be used as recreational parks rather than used for a single use. And on the golf course specifically, I know that there has been some good example of golf courses enabling more community access to the land, like Remuera Golf that you mentioned, but also Pupuki. So there is a little bit of a change of practices about enabling more community access outside the golfing community.
Okay, because they're large pieces of land, not a lot of people on them. There's plenty of room for people to wander around. I think we should push that. They also form a part of our stormwater management open spaces. So is that going to be covered underneath this proposal? Simple yes or no rather than great long stories, please.
Short answer, yes. So we've worked really closely with Healthy Waters, and we see that there's a lot of common benefits in planning open space together. Open spaces that are used for stormwater along streams, for example, deliver recreational benefits. Recreation parks like sports fields can better deliver for stormwater management. So we're working together, and both type of open spaces are covered in the draft.
And last one, we've just through the Category 7 buyouts, which I'm very grumpy about, we're ending up with a hell of a lot of land there. Can you comb through those? There's a lot of open space there, but I don't want to knock the buildings down. Some of those are dogs, but there might be something in there. Will you have a hunt around that, and can you add that into your consultation, please?
Yes, so that's being looked into, and some will become potentially parks, and it's all about the risk level acceptable to be incorporated in the network.
Thank you.
Thank you. And last question, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Chair. I guess as a member of the Working Party, it would have been great to have come back with a clear and unequivocal statement with an enduring vision of going into the next century. But this is not that clear, and I don't blame in any way the Working Party or the staff. It's just a particularly complex piece of work to bring all those strategies together. My concern and the question that I have is I think it's unrealistic to expect to go out for a month's consultation or around that on something that is so complex and so important to people. What confidence can officers give us that the public are going to be able to understand what they're being required to consult on, and whether there will be sufficient time available to do justice to such an important issue?
Thanks, Councillor Fletcher. So we've been working with our colleagues in engagement to summarise the draft strategy into a 6-page summary so that Aucklanders can understand and engage with. And obviously the strategic direction is probably the thing that the general public will want to comment on the most, as well as the open space provision standards options. When it comes to the more technical aspects of the draft strategy, namely the policies, it's very much directed to a more technical audience, our implementers and funders, and we will just have stakeholders engagement. We've also already had offers from Sports New Zealand and Active to support us with engaging with the sport and recreation sector, for example. And so we will use those channels to make sure we have a reach. We will also work with local boards to make sure we just get good feedback from local groups and organizations. But yes, it is a lot to consult on. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, I don't need to speak later, but I watched members of the Working Party take months to come to grips with all of this. I do have to say that I think it's entirely unrealistic that the timeline that we are working to for this is going to be met with anything meaningful.
Thank you, Councillor. Sorry, the chair's just had to step up, so I've taken over. Councillor Walker, you're the next question.
Is there any reason why we couldn't have a longer submission period? And I'll just make a comment around that. There are a large number of groups that interact with the park space. Have you considered how a group is able to get some information out to its members, maybe make some form of decision at a meeting and the like, and respond within the short time frame you've got? And I'll just repeat my earlier question. Why can't we have a longer time frame?
Thank you, Councillor Walker, and also acknowledging Councillor Fletcher's concerns as well too. I think the main thing around the engagement with Aucklanders is that we're working very hard to make this content accessible and understandable to the general public, as well as to the people that have a particular interest in it. In terms of our process, we have allowed a month for that, and as Carola said, we'll be working very closely with the engagement team to make sure that we do get the broadest input into this, as well as working with those specialist groups in the sport and recreation field as well. In terms of our process, we also do need, following that consultation, to go back to local boards. It's really important that they have the time to look at this and give their final comments. And of course, we'll be incorporating both the feedback from Aucklanders, the various stakeholder groups and local boards into that final draft that then comes to committee. Our time frame really is that we are hitting up against the election period next year. So we do want to ensure that there is sufficient time to carry out those processes and to get that report to you with the full analysis and consideration of what I think there will be quite a bit of interest in this. Certainly we will take your comments on board around timeline and see if there is any opportunity there. But at the moment, in terms of looking at the process we need to go through to bring this final report back to committee, that is the period we're looking at. Thank you.
Just a follow-up question. Is there a critical path, and if the timing of the critical path would allow for another month, is that possible?
From looking at the critical path, we're probably thinking that that is going to be difficult. We certainly will go back to see if there is a slight adjustment to that period, but our assessment would be that we need to pretty much stick with the month if we are to ensure this report to come back to committee with all the elements considered as I've outlined. Thank you.
Yeah. Our normal timeframes for long-term plans and annual budgets are 4 weeks. I would hope we could get, as long as we've got good information out there, we can get that across the line as well. Right, there are no more questions. I'll just get you all to step back. Thank you so much. It has been moved and seconded. There's no one who wants to speak at the moment. So I'll just go. All those in favour? Aye. Any opposed? No, perfect. Right, we'll go till 1:45 for a break. That's correct, isn't it? Yeah, so just over half an hour. Thank you. Ding ding. Those online. So we're still just waiting on one staff member for the Waitakere deed. So we're just going to go quickly to the Natural Environment and Water Quality Targeted Rates and Regional Pest Management Plan. I think we have Craig and Sam, Rachel, Imogen.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Sorry, point of order, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Oh, kia ora, Councillor.
Look, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to get some guidance from you as to how the balance of the meeting is going to be managed for the rest of the afternoon. We've still got a couple of items to go. I don't want to prolong this too much. I don't wish to relitigate the debates that we've had this morning, but I do want to ask maybe, and you don't have to do it right now, but just for you to reflect upon and give some clarification, maybe a later date, as to how matters are going to be handled when we do have contentious matters. My only plea to the chair, whoever that chair may be, is that the chair will defend the ability of members to give their contribution without then being summarily called up for, quote, bullshit, unquote. My view, Chair, is that there have been some debates that we've had today which I don't think reflect us at our best. That's fine. But I think that, for example, if I had called such a statement against a councillor for whom you agreed with that councillor's position, if I had made a comment like that and called that person out, you would have been all over me, and rightly so, because it would have been inappropriate for me to do so. And my only request to you as the chair is that you are consistently neutral in upholding the standard that you would expect at council meetings. This goes for every council meeting, not just this one. But since the matter was raised today, I just ask you to reflect on that moving forward, because I know we're at the end of the year. I know people are tired, and I am too. But I would like to think that we can all make our contribution equally, and that the chair will ensure that we conduct these discussions without that sort of reflection, which I thought was pretty tough. But that's all, Chair, and I'm happy for you to take that offline to give that some consideration. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor, and yes, I did reflect on the debate. It was a tense debate. I did obviously stop Member Henare when he interrupted you, and I sadly wish you had been able to continue, and that was not appropriate. Also, the use of a swear word, it did happen, and I didn't know how to exactly catch it, and then it finished. But I guess your own statement around elected members around this table looking for a sugar hit on social media was also an attack. So the room, I either have to try and pick out everyone's pieces, and I also would have taken any point of order and asked for an apology as well. So, but I will say that I will continue to work on trying to act on everyone's pieces, but I guess the level around the room moved up and down. I do wish that people would focus on their own views and opinions, not calling out each other, and that was happening across the table quite a bit, but it is difficult unless someone wants to call a point of order of at what point do I pull someone up. But I do acknowledge what you're saying, and I'm happy to have a conversation with everyone at the end of this meeting around how we all do better, as a couple of meetings this year have been pretty upsetting for some members.
Chair, I didn't call a point of order because I wouldn't expect that I would need to. You're the chair. If you wish to participate in that sort of debate, don't be the chair. But you're the chair, so I'm relying on you to deal with it when it happens. Now, you could call me up if you want, but there are some things that I do think reflect the standard where you do need to call it up, and I don't think you should be relying on me to call a point of order. Anyway, Chair, look, I think the point is made, and you've apparently reflected upon it. I appreciate that, so I'm happy to let this thing go.
Thank you, Councillor, and I'm happy to raise the bar, but it takes all of us individually to raise that bar. Kia ora, right, on to the item 14. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. I'm happy to second, but we'll let the presentation first.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I am Samantha Hill. I'm the General Manager for Environmental Services, and alongside me is Craig McElroy, General Manager for Healthy Waters and Flood Resilience, and Dr. Imogen Bassett, the Head of Natural Environment Specialist Services. Thank you for the opportunity to share the highlights report for the natural environment and water quality targeted rates for 2023-24, noting that delivery is well underway for 24-25. The natural environment and water quality target rates were established in 2018 with support from Aucklanders to respond to increasing pressures and to grow Auckland Council's investment in protecting and restoring our natural environment and improving our water quality. Both targeted rates made significant progress in 23-24 towards achieving these outcomes. The highlights report for 23-24 provides detailed annual highlights and case studies and will be published on the Council website. Local boards will also be provided with annual snapshot reports, which provide an overview of the targeted rate work delivered in each local board area. Throughout the year, quarterly updates on the programs are provided to the governing body, with additional updates provided to committees and local boards as required. Wrong way, maybe. The Natural Environment Targeted Rate funds the protection and restoration of native ecosystems and species, and importantly, the implementation of the Regional Pest Management Plan 2020-2030. Under Section 100B of the Biosecurity Act, the Council is required to report annually on its operational plan for implementing the Regional Pest Management Plan. The annual report for 23-24 was provided as an attachment in the agenda report, and an updated operational plan can be found on the Council website. The next two slides present a summary of key NETA delivery achievements for 23-24, taken from the highlights report from the 6th year of delivery across our 8 programs: biodiversity focus areas, mainland, enabling tools, marine and pathways, islands, expanding community action, plant pathogens, and marine ecology. In the 23-24 financial year, the Natural Environment Targeted Rate Programme spent a total of $30.9 million against a budget of $30.9 million, demonstrating the scale of the pressures on our natural environment and the focus and dedication of the teams delivering this important work. In 23-24, we made significant progress on a number of items. The Hanua Ranges Kōdi Health Baseline Survey alongside Mana Whenua, better understanding the state and distribution of our regionally important Indigenous species and their management needs. We now have conservation status reports for birds, freshwater fish, reptiles, amphibians, bats, and vascular plants. Maintaining possums to low numbers across 141,000 hectares. Pest plant control in regional parks, protecting and restoring biodiversity on Hauraki Gulf Islands, and keeping islands pest-free. Supporting community-led conservation with grants and a range of practical support, including tools and equipment, and developing an ecosystem restoration guide in partnership with Mana Whenua. In addition to already programmed work, we played a key role in supporting Biosecurity New Zealand with the response to exotic kaulepa in the region. And supported by the Auckland Council Comms and Communications team and community partners, we've had an uplift in sharing NETA stories and the positive difference the targeted rate makes. This remains an ongoing focus for us, including attribution for council and being clear on council's role versus the role of central government. I'll now pass to Craig for water quality targeted rate highlights.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks very much, Sam. So we've got 5 key major initiatives in the water quality targeted rate. They being both the Western and Eastern Isthmus water quality programs, the Safe Network, Safe Septic, contaminant reduction, and urban and rural stream rehabilitation. A bit like the environmental targeted rate, very close to budget, actual of 45.7 versus a budget of 43.6. So these are some of the highlights for the year, but what I thought I might do, particularly in relation to the big, large programs around the Western Isthmus and the Eastern Isthmus, is just perhaps highlight where we are today, because bearing in mind we're nearly 6 months into the new financial year.
So on the Western Isthmus program, Waterview separation stage 1 is now under construction, and we've completed both stages 1 of 2 of the Point Chevalier separation, and that project was delivered through Auckland Transport, who are also doing work in the area at the same time. On the Eastern Isthmus, we are now very close to starting physical works on the Newmarket Auckland University project. That's our big separation project in Newmarket, with physical works due to start in January next year. I'd also like to acknowledge the great working relationship we've got with Watercare around Safe Networks, because the Safe Networks program isn't just a Healthy Waters initiative. We can only get there by working hand in glove with Watercare and looking at what I call detailed analysis. It's really like an MRI scan of the network in order to determine exactly what the plumbing is doing and what needs to happen to the plumbing to sort it out. And we've been very successful with the amount of inspections that have been carried out, and reassuring to have 200 private drainage issues resolved during that year. The Safe Septic program is also working well. This is where effectively septic tanks in Auckland effectively have a warrant of fitness, and like all warrant of fitnesses, there are regular checks to make sure that people are complying with their maintenance requirements. It's been a really successful program. Also, our contaminant reduction program. We've had a big focus in the 23-24 year around Puhunui catchment, with 255 businesses visited, and although 36% no follow-up action, obviously by inference there's 64% that did have follow-up action. So you can see that these initiatives are quite important to promote good behaviour. And that's me, and I'm very happy to hand over for any questions. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you so much. Huge body of work again, and significant, and it's great you're hitting those targets as well. Thank you. Councillor Turner.
Sorry, thank you. My question is specifically to the netta targeted rate. I was just racing here trying to find my evidence, but I can't find it. When I was on the Waitaki Rangers local board and that target rate first came into place, we were given some very specific, detailed financial information. You know, the first year we got a table which showed how much was collected, which gave the different, headings and showed the amount of money spent in each heading. Then it turned into a pie chart where it gave us some dollar values. Then that pie chart turned into just percentages. And, only this year, I think, a number of the local board members asked me to find out exactly how much of that targeted rate had been spent in the Waitaki Rangers. And I still haven't got an answer to that. I still haven't been able to go back to them. And some of the feedback I have got is that, oh, well, some went to environmental and some went to another regulatory and some went somewhere else. And, is this stuff you talked about going to bring us back to that good granular detail?
Through the chair, thank you for your question. We can ask for that detail, so the snapshots that you're going to receive at the end of this week, after this meeting and after the sharing of the highlights report here, the local board snapshots, I don't know goes down to that exact level of detail on the finances, but I can pass on that feedback and request that you do receive a level of detail on the financial information for the spend per local board.
It's not just per local board, it's per subject, it's per delivery line as well.
Per delivery line.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, team. I had two questions, and my first question was around when will local boards get to know, the spend in their area, noting that they were very supportive of putting these two rates in, noting that, it's tough for Aucklanders out there and it's an extra rate, so I think we should be celebrating the outcomes. And that brings me to my second question, because I'm hoping that kind of the 7 people online can have 7 media people. I think we need to talk about this a lot. This is a very successful program of work, both the natural environment and the water quality. They're 2 very big issues for Aucklanders, and we have tasked Aucklanders with paying extra for us to deliver in this space. So to that end, although you're selling the great story to us, I really do want you to sell it to a wider audience, i.e. Aucklanders, because it is good news and it does cost them extra. So my question is, what are you doing to help promote this work with the media? And maybe it's to both of you.
The comms team are putting out a release on this generally, and then over time we've done a significant number of stories on individual projects, but we will make sure the PDFs are available to share as well, and when we get that local feedback. But there might be some other...
Through the chair, with the snapshots, I understand they are going out this week, so either tomorrow or before Friday, certainly after the release of this report with you here today. So snapshots should get to local boards imminently. And in terms of selling the story to Aucklanders, we are really conscious of that and really want to keep pushing those stories. And we've done a big lift in doing that this year and over the past year, but we will continue to give that really good attention. And our comms team are really supportive of us doing that too. And also the community partners really support us with sharing those stories, and that's been really great to see as well. Actually, Imogen, I don't know if you've got anything you'd like to add to that?
I mean, through the chair, just to add that, I mean, we know from census data that obviously some of our traditional media channels don't necessarily reach as many Aucklanders as they might have done in the past because of the changing nature of our communities, but we do have some really great teams within council who've got some really excellent channels that can reach into those more diverse Aucklanders, and so that's absolutely on our radar to be really trying to make sure that we're reaching all Aucklanders to sell this good news.
Thanks, Imogen. And look, I don't want to labour the fact, but when you do the local board snapshot, please also include that something next door actually affects their area. And I think that I'll just use the Newmarket project, Craig, as an example. It's not in the Ōrākei local board, but it has a huge effect on the Ōrākei local board area. So I'm just saying, you know, we helicopter over Auckland, don't we? And sometimes we can get a little bit too specific board by board. So just feel free to explain why something next door does have a tangible effect when you put that together. But I won't speak again, Chair, but this is fantastic work and congratulations to you all.
Kia ora. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Member Ashby.
Kia ora. Thank you for the great report, and yeah, wanted to tautoko Deputy Mayor's comments. These are great initiatives, really well supported by Aucklanders, and do demonstrable, measurable things, outcomes for our environment. And so there is a question here, but you know, I was at a hui the other day where a number of iwi used this as an example when talking to central government about some of their environmental deficits. Just so, yeah, well done, and long may it continue. My questions are, you know, lessons learned from some of the examples that you've reported on with iwi. How can those be taken and emulated in their local context? Or is there an intent to, as time goes by, to take lessons learnt out of, you know, the work up in Kauau and other places? And the other question is there a role, given that these targeted rates are doing really good work in these two spaces, they're also, through the partnership arrangements, delivering some kia ora tamaki makaurau outcomes. And so is there a role for Ngā Matarai to also come to these committees, working in with you to demonstrate how it's sort of bang for buck, you're getting a bunch of outcomes from these things. So thank you.
So I can speak from a healthy waters and flood resilience perspective. We're really looking to embed our iwi partnerships in our whole business. So we're not just talking about the water quality targeted rate, we're talking about making space for water. We're talking about business as usual, and we're also looking for opportunities across the wider council group as well. Because I think that way we do need to take a sort of a whole of life approach and a whole of catchment approach to all of those opportunities. And that also includes the opportunities around better ecological, better biodiversity outcomes. Because I think the thing about operating in this field is that there are really no hard boundaries.
and exactly around the point that the Deputy Mayor was making around the local board clusters, for example, around the different harbour catchments. We really think that working across those boundaries is where we're going to get our best outcomes. Kia ora.
Through the chair, kia ora. To answer your first question around lessons learnt, absolutely. We are very deliberate about evaluation on this work, very deliberate about making sure we learn from what we've done and that we constantly improve what we're doing and get more efficient and effective as we go. So definitely very, very strong on that. In terms of the partnership, yes, we deliver some incredible partnership projects through NETA, and yes, that's a good idea around bringing Ngā Mātarai more closely into a presentation like this to tell that story as well. Kia ora. Again, Imogen, did you have anything you'd like to add?
Thank you. Right, there are no more questions. I'll get you to step back and then we will have a short debate. Councillor Walker's moved it, I've seconded. If there's no speakers, I'll just speak really briefly. Any other one? Just want to acknowledge Te Kauro Āmake. I know that actually a lot of the start of this discussion around the environmental targeted rates was the rāhui and the work that needed to be done in the Waitakere Ranges around Kauri dieback. And I remember at the time, I think it was about 300,000 we were spending a year on Kauri dieback mitigation and measures, and then with the natural environment targeted rate, I think they went up to about 3.5 million a year. Significant increase, but backed by Te Kauro at the time and really pushed us into acting. I've had a few experiences this year that have been from these targeted rates. Recently, last week, had the opportunity to go out to Hunua and help tag some kōkaku, which was very magical experience, but you know, a testament to a lot of people who come before and the volunteers, but also the funding. Significant amount of natural environment targeted rate funding both goes into the trapping, the support for the volunteers, and for the 1080 drops that help you know, move from one breeding pair 30 years ago to 259 breeding pairs now. And I'm sure there's way more out there. That was a couple of years ago, that 259. But to see those chicks and the parents jumping above us was pretty special. To Craig's team, we were in Milford on Friday night for a flooding-related meeting, but actually there was a lot of focus on water quality. And I remember after 10 years of a long-term no-swim warning at the Wairoa Estuary in Milford, the water quality targeted rate and the Safe Networks program that was never funded before went through about 1,000 households, found about 35 issues, bateman notices, everything went out there. And after 10 years of a long-term no-swim warning that was put on under North Shore City, that was able to be removed. And that's happening right across the city. Those are just a few examples. I can talk about the release of the kōkapu with Te Kauro as well, a couple you know, earlier on in the year around water quality and the focus on this space. There's so many amazing examples. Had a post today, Takarunga, there's kāka on the shore, both in Birkenhead and Devonport, which hasn't happened in decades. So, you know, kāka breeding by the looks in Birkenhead, and there's a pair on Takarunga, Mount Victoria today that is testament to mana whenua, Aucklanders and everyone putting money into these targeted rates, which were well supported. 68-70% of people, every long-term plan since 2018, have supported these in big numbers. And to all our volunteers and the council and DOC teams that do this mahi, it's huge and well kind of supported by our communities. So this is just a taste of that, but get out into your communities and understand what this is being spent on, because it's making a true difference, both in water quality and in natural environment. And I know a lot of people have been fighting for this sort of investment for a long time. So kia ora and thank you. All those in favour? Any opposed? Wouldn't have thought so. Cool. Kia ora. So back down to item 11. Apologies, especially to our mana whenua partners at the back who've been waiting patiently for this really important item. So we have Michelle, Kim and Nick are here to present on the Waitakere Ranges Heritage Area Deed of Acknowledgement with Te Kauro Āmake and the Agreement in Principle on key elements.
Tēnā tātou katoa, ko Michelle Chen tōku ingoa. I am a Principal Advisor in Ngā Mātarai Māori Outcomes. I'm here today with my Director Nick Turoa and Kim Bellingham, our Legal Counsel. We're here today for two purposes. Firstly, to seek your agreement in principle on the key elements of a deed of acknowledgement with Te Kaurua Maki, and secondly, to seek your approval to take those key elements out for public engagement starting February next year to inform final decisions on the deed. I'll take the report as read because it has the ideas in the report have been workshops with this committee last month. But we'll talk a little bit about the 4 key elements that we are seeking your agreement in principle for, which is at recommendation A. So we are proposing that this deed will involve these 4 key elements. Firstly, an overarching strategic plan for the heritage area, which would fill a current gap in our planning and strategic instruments. It will relate specifically to the heritage area and guide decision-making on public lands. It will help translate the high-level objectives in the 2008 Waitakere Ranges Heritage Area Act into what it means for our mahi on the ground in the heritage area. Secondly, so the strategic plan will set out some agreed outcomes, what the parties want to see achieved in the heritage area, and then we're proposing that the parties would agree work programs to achieve those outcomes. The work programs can bring together our existing regional and local work programs, but it's also an opportunity to add in Te Kaurua Maki priorities to work together on. Thirdly, we're proposing that the parties would come together to jointly monitor the achievement of the outcomes set out in that strategic plan. And for number 4, we propose 2 options for a vehicle to implement those first 3 options. And the option that we're recommending is option 1, which is to establish a joint committee of council with Te Kaurua Maki and the Crown to undertake those elements. Last week, when the faux local board agreed to all these recommendations, including the joint committee option, they also added an extra resolution in recognition that Te Kaurua Maki originally wanted this body to be a statutory entity. Last week, the Waitakere Ranges Local Board also agreed to these resolutions, and as you heard from Chair Presland earlier today, he's very much an advocate for the joint committee option and for bringing the community along and leveraging the good work that they have been doing in the community. And that might be it from me. I'll open the floor to any questions. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you so much, Michelle. I know there's been a huge amount of work done on this and long before this as well, so thank you. Councillor Henderson would like to move. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Walker? Right. Questions? Councillor Turner.
Thank you very much. And some of the stuff, we've had several meetings, so I'll be reiterating some of it, but we're in public now. So, look, so the first thing, in option 1, it says here, supported by the community. We've got, you've said we're going to establish a joint committee with Te Kaurau and with the Crown and ourselves, and then it says supported by the community. And I've been passing on for some time that, I've learnt a lot being on the Maunga Authority, and I've also heard comments from Te Kaurau, from Ed, about what you were saying, a formal structure. And what I like about that is that the community gets to hold the apple too. And I'm concerned with everything I've seen so far where we use these loose words for the community, which is large in the Waitakeres, in respect of it being largely a park area. How are we going to ensure that they hold the apple too and feel equal? 2 wrongs don't make a right. So I don't want to have the locals, many of them who have worked very hard over the last few decades as the kaitiaki, as the stewards, feeling that they are not equal in this partnership. And I suppose partnership is the word, and so we don't use that, this support. What does that actually look like in something that you think of putting together?
Thank you, Councillor, for that question. Of course, the exact role of the community can be, will be shaped by our public engagement that we are proposing to do with them next year. But some ideas from staff at this point: the community can raise issues for the joint committee to consider. They can provide feedback or support the delivery of activities, leveraging the work that they've already been doing, as you said, in the community for so many decades. And of course, their interests, when you talk about both holding the apple together, their interests will continue to be represented on the joint committee table by the elected members, appointed representatives of the local boards in the governing body who are elected to represent the community's interests.
Thank you. What I've heard across the board, though, is people are annoyed that it's not working, whether it's council, whatever it is, it's not working in the Waitakeries. I asked questions just before about the spend of the netta. And so there's quite a lot of internet-connected things in what we're doing here. We've got a deed of acknowledgement. I understand that, to carry out the right and for us to acknowledge that they know the history. But then we've got the fact that that's also in this thing, what does it say here? The only purpose of a deed of acknowledgement is to identify opportunities for collaboration by tangata whenua, blah, blah, blah. I understand that's what we're trying to do. And I am also pleased, thank you, that we've added the words in red to explain that this is only over council and Crown land. But I also accept the arguments I'm hearing about the fact that the heritage area, it's 17,000 acres of council and Crown land. It's about 10,500 hectares, of private land. I also accept that there's a blurred interchange there, and that pests and problems don't respect those drawn boundaries. So again, I'm just trying to make sure that the people who are in that 10,500 hectares, the other people of Auckland, feel involved and properly connected to this, and that we're not just, and that we're taking what is this replacing? Because the last thing I think anybody wants is yet another layer of bureaucracy going down and down. I support this as long as it can deliver. So what's your answer to that, Nick?
Thank you, Councillor, and I don't think there's anyone suggesting that this is anything about two wrongs making a right. I think what people are suggesting is around a collaborative way of meeting the purpose of the Act with regards to promoting, advocating for its regional, national significance of that space. I think we've heard in the last item just how important community involvement and engagement is in delivering on environmental outcomes. And I think that that same ideology will continue to apply to every single way in which we look after the natural environment. People and the environment go hand in hand, and we need to bring people on the journey. And I accept and agree with you on that point that that is something that should happen. We are putting together the idea of bringing in a joint committee which brings in the decision makers into one space alongside mana whenua, so that those decisions can be made and that those views of those people living directly in there and that have those connections to that space are there to make those decisions. We want to agree on those general principles of what the ways in which Te Kawarawamaki will be involved, and then we want to take that out to the public so that we can talk to the public about that and ensure that their ideas are put into what we bring back to this idea. You have talked about the idea of creating another level of bureaucracy. May I just say that it's been our experience with connecting with 3 local boards, this committee and the Crown to try and get anything that looks remotely united is somewhat a feat of bureaucratic juggling. But we've been managed to bring that into it, bring that together and to bring that forward for a decision. I think there is an opportunity for us to simplify through bringing decision makers together so that there is one space that people can look at for decisions with regards to the delivery of work in the Waitakere Heritage Area, I think that that has the potential to make things simpler. Having said that, it will rely on the leadership of yourselves, as well as those that sit on the board, and the already proven leadership that Te Kawerau Maki has had in advocating for this going forward.
Chair, if I just one last question. Or maybe, so thank you, and I accept that. All the stuff we read through and all the things we've been given and some of the stuff that Te Kawerau's put online, make it very clear where their position is and what will take place here. May I request or suggest we try to make sure that the public's position on this is just as clear when we go to public consultation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, just a quick one. Look, you've previously advised in workshops that this process will result in more community and public involvement in the governance of the ranges, not less. Could I just ask you to kind of confirm that advice, and if you've got anything to add to that?
Yes, yes to confirming it. Do I have anything to add?
Well, I guess what I would say is that we are going through a public process to help us shape what this looks like. And in that engagement, we'll be able to come up with what those tools and what those processes would look like. What I would remind Council is that it doesn't stop things, those current processes for engagement to continue on. For example, the engagement that we have with how we deliver our management of reserves and smaller parks, how we deliver for regional parks. We're not suggesting any changes to that. In fact, what we're suggesting is a board that comes and oversees all of that delivery and that provides an opportunity for people to engage directly with those people. So in that sense, that's another opportunity for people to engage.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Member Ashby.
Kia ora koutou. Firstly, I just want to acknowledge Ngā Urio Te Kawerau Āmaki who are in the room today. Ngā mihi. My question, and thank you for the report, my question, it's a two-parter. But the first is, are there any other examples of place-based joint committees or partnership arrangements?
Thank you, Member Ashby. One example of a joint committee to which this council is a party is the Kaipara Moana Remediation Joint Committee. That is a partnership with the uri of Ngāti Whātua Kaipara and also the Northern Regional Council. And they presented the annual report to the Planning, Environment and Parks Committee in July this year, and it was a good news story. Yeah, that is one example that is working well, and it's supported by a partnership between the Crown, Tangata Whenua and Council, and it shows the good results that can be achieved by working together.
Thank you. And the second part is what's been proposed vastly different to that example or other examples of partnership and co-management in terms of is this a never done before kind of unheard of out the gate kind of thing?
So I guess there will be technical differences between that and the different context in which that particular joint committee was formed. What I would say is that this is nothing new with regards to how the Local Government Act works. Joint committees are a standard way of operating. There are other examples where mana whenua are on those, and certainly within Council, who is a party to 3 legislated co-governance arrangements, as well as 6 other different variations of a committee with mana whenua sitting alongside those. We have plenty of experiences in how we deliver those, and we have plenty of expertise internally to help support those.
Kia ora, thank you. And Chair, I just, while I will abstain from voting because of my interest, I will reserve my right to speak should it get to debate, but if that doesn't happen, again, just acknowledging our mana whenua in the room who've turned up today to hear a positive result from this council. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Member Ashby, and just quickly acknowledge you for bringing this issue to me straight at the beginning of this term, and me sort of going, why has it been 14 years, 15 years, and we haven't done it? So thanks for helping us crack this along very quickly. At this point, obviously not quick prior. Kia ora. Councillor Walker.
Sure. Just got a question as it goes to how these various things are set up. And the concern that I'd raise is the absolute need for nimbleness, speed and economy when it comes to dealing with pest incursions, irrespective of whether they're animal or plant. And the reason I'm raising that is what we see on the ground is a circumstance where we've got ongoing delays, where you've got more parties and bureaucracies and the like involved. So the reality is that things are getting out of hand because by the time we get on top of something, you know, the horse is bolted, literally. So my question goes to how we can ensure through this process that we do take into account nimbleness, speed, economy, and sometimes that involves the application of citizen science to get on top of things. So is that something you can address now?
Thank you, Councillor. Probably two ways. The first way is to make things go faster and more efficiently on the ground is by removing some of the current governance barriers. You know, with multiple landowners, 3 local boards, one committee, one Crown, Water Care, Auckland Transport, rather than having to go through all those different decision makers, we have one table, one integrated place where they can come together to hopefully get those governance decisions done faster so people on the ground can get to their work a lot faster. And the second point I probably want to make is on the third key element that we're proposing, A3, the monitoring of the strategic plan outcomes. What we've heard that is important for this committee, if it is a joint committee, to have teeth, to be able to hold council and the Crown to account for the work that they're doing to achieve the outcomes. So that is one of the ways that we are improving things on the ground, or proposing to improve things on the ground through this arrangement.
So the upshot of it is you think things will be faster, more economical?
Yes.
Okay. Kia ora, Councillor. Councillor Newman.
Good afternoon. I wasn't going to ask questions, but I will now because it's been very interesting as the questions have been answered, it provokes more. I was a member of the Kaipara Moana Joint Committee, which I thought, my experience of that is that one of the challenges with it is that always with these things, it's going to generate a response that's going to require significantly more resourcing, and that there are always debates that are had in relation to the mandate of those people who are part of it. So my first question is, I assume that the community's involvement will be through the elected member politicians who are appointed. Is that right? Is that and that the public, having got their sort of delegate representatives there, can go along and to speak at public forums and who that may be called. Is that right?
So just acknowledgement that you are correct, that when you form any sort of joint committee, there is a level of administration that has to come with that. What we are suggesting is that there's no actual change to our operational programs. We're not suggesting any new funding coming into this, but rather we look at how we're currently delivering things. And if you think there's programs of work being delivered in regional parks, local parks, Netta Fund, it's about bringing those together and looking at how they can be delivered, and then have an opportunity to, I guess, get in front of this joint committee to discuss. There's also, of course, the Crown involvement. And while the Crown have been really clear, i.e. the Department of Conservation, which would be the partner to this, that they aren't in a position to be financing things, they've talked about bringing in their own the human resources that they provide, which shouldn't be underestimated in terms of the expertise and some of the things they bring in that regard, but also the experiences that we've had for these is that when there is funding available, an example of that would have been the Jobs for Nature Fund, that these types of arrangements have been seen in a positive light. So both the Waitakere Heritage Area through the Cody Dieback program did receive extra funding from that. And another example is the Tupuna Maunga Authority that received $3 million of funding through that Jobs for Nature program. So there is extra opportunities in that regard. So with regards to the makeup of the board, yes, we're suggesting that that would be made up of those particular elected members that would have sat on local boards and potentially from the governing body as well. So it could be a mixture. That particular makeup of that board would be something that that we would take back for consideration after engagement. But I'd also point out there that you don't necessarily have to appoint people that are directly elected members, and there are other ways in which that might be able to be done through various means. With regards to your other question, is there other ways? Would it be through forums and things like that? Again, that detail would need to be done through the next phase of this after we've received public feedback on what we're looking at setting up. So we would come back to this organisation, this council, and just to discuss that in more depth when we have those answers through that through that consultation.
Okay, and my one other question, maybe you can't answer because it's too soon in the process, but in relation to Kaipara Moana, there was a very, very significant contribution from Crown for funding that. And the only thing that I see here cited is well, there's the opportunity around, for example, Jobs for Nature. That is just, you know, that's not even the same scale. So what I'm concerned about here is that I see the only funding pathways that, apart from being the sunk cost of offices, is a bid to an annual budget process, which is very fraught, and local board funding, which is equally fraught. So is that a risk that you would agree with? You know, there's a potential for this thing to be set up with a great idea and a great mandate, but when it comes to the actual funding implementation, you don't have the budget for it, and you are unlikely to get the budget for it anytime soon without agreement from government and without us being in a significantly better financial situation to address what may derive out of this as we identify the needs of those areas.
I may not be able to answer your question in its entirety, but what I would say is the deed of acknowledgement is not an option for council. The legislation says that we must deliver on a deed. Yes, there will be financial implications. Yes, we recognise that that there is, you know, that money is required to deliver this. We're not coming here saying that we are looking at this stage at new money, rather that if we look across the range of services that have been delivered under the environmental space inside the Waitakere heritage areas, this is an opportunity to consolidate that and have a board look over it. So, and I do acknowledge, and going back to the point that I made with Member Ashby, the context around the Kaipara Moana is different. And yes, there was a significant cash contribution at that particular stage, and that is not available to us at the moment. That's certainly part of the context. But what is also part of the context is that this is something that we must do rather than we have to, and acknowledging that that a joint committee is not necessarily the only option of doing it, but it is one option of doing it.
Thank you. Councillor Leone.
Thank you, Chair. Kia ora to our mana whenua, Te Kawerau Maki Ngā Mihi Nui, kia koutou for coming in today, and I acknowledge the 14 years that it's taken to get to this point. The kōrero that I have as a sitting member of the Kaipara Moana remediation and the positive feedback that I've obviously heard around working with landowners to get them on board and make those changes. I hear what councillors are saying about the fact that we may not have the same amount of money that's in place with the Kaipara Moana remediation program, but I'm also looking at the success stories that have come out of that to work with private landowners, and the fact that that has been a more positive way of working alongside with them. So I just wanted to see whether you have any feedback specifically around that, because I know that that's a point that's been raised.
Those of you that are old enough to remember that there was a predecessor to the joint Kaipara Moana Joint Committee, that was the Integrated Kaipara Harbour Management Group, which was a didn't have any statutory makeup. It wasn't a joint committee. It was an informal gathering of all different councils around there, the Kaipara District, Whangarei District, Auckland Council, and the Department of Conservation and others. And that was what Te Urioho brought together in an informal arrangement. So they were able to produce the gaps analysis that laid context and sort of encouraged the Crown into the funding. They also were able to begin that relationship building, and that's not too dissimilar to what we have here at this stage. So that was all of the build up into that. So I guess what I would suggest to you is that the Kaipara Moana Joint Committee didn't come from nowhere. There was some treaty settlements prior to that, but there was some hard work that was done there on the smell of an oily rag, and that was done by a group. So there are some similarities and some things here that we can look to in terms of a pathway.
Ka pai, and just following on from the point that was made about our community being involved, I know again with Kaipara Moana, there is usually that opportunity for community and private landowners who have successfully been part of that program to present and then obviously run events and so on to try and champion the mahi that's been done. So I think you've already raised that, but if there's anything else that you wanted to add to that, really happy to hear.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Last question from Councillor Turner.
Thank you. Just a quick one. When you talk about delivery, I think there is budget. I think there's budget there now that isn't delivering. That's what everyone's complaining about. So my question is, and I would also observe that I think the locals out there will accept anybody, whether it's a human or an organisation, that can deliver gratefully. But how do we get rid of the things it's replacing? For instance, the heritage area review every 5 years, which is already funded, etc. Can that be passed on to this organisation? Does the legislation allow that?
Thank you, Councillor. I think the heritage area, the 5-yearly monitoring review is required as part of the law. So without changing the law, we can't get rid of that. But that is, doing that heritage review is one thing that this joint committee could pick up. It could ensure a more coordinated response and make the job of doing it easier. You know, this is a place where people come together and talk about heritage area matters already on a regular basis, not just once every 5 years.
I was just trying to ensure it wasn't going to be done twice.
No.
Thank you.
Kia ora. I'll get you to step back from the table. Thank you very much for all the work, and I know there's a lot of work to go as well. Thank you. Right, we'll go straight to Councillor Henderson. Would like to speak first.
Yeah, thanks. It's a privilege. Yeah, look, just acknowledging Te Kawerau Maki, everyone coming in here. It's so good to see you all. Acknowledging as well the capacity growth that you've had recently. It's really great. And also acknowledging just more fundamentally that as tangata whenua, you've stepped up over and over again when our communities needed it in the West. So just acknowledging that one too. Look, and a bit of an apology as well. When I was local board chair, this deed of acknowledgement work came across my desk, and with great fanfare, we're very delighted and excited, and we passed a motion to support starting it. Now, I haven't been a local board chair for a very long time, so I just wanted to acknowledge that this has been far too long in the making, and I want to apologise for that. You know, the fact is, it's not working in the Waitakere Ranges in terms of a lot of things, in terms of conservation and all those kind of stuff, despite our best efforts. At the council side, it falls between local boards and council and ward councillors. Local boards have the information and they've got great relationships and do a lot of hard work, but they don't have the power because it's a regional park. So regional parks come to us, but we don't get the detail on managing the land. We don't get all the information because it's seen as a Westie thing, which I understand as well. So what happens is the community get very angry about, you know, a perceived letdown in their levels of service. And we've talked about budgets and stuff, that certainly needs some help there as well. And so people are crying out to try something new, to try something different. And we jealously look at places like the Kaipara Moana work that's fantastically done up there up north, and acknowledging Councillor Sayers and your group for that as well. You know, it's a good example where actually partnering with mana whenua has increased outcomes and, you know, as I keep stressing, increased community engagement as well. So residents have more of an ownership of their own area and can help out. It just works for everybody, and acknowledging that within that breach, tangata whenua have had to work a hell of a lot harder with limited resources to do that kind of kaitiaki work. I hope that this is a good start to the conversation, actually, that we can eventually all work together and produce some great outcomes there. So it's a real honour to support this, and it's been a long time coming. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor. There, Councillor Turner.
Thank you. I would argue that it is working in the Waitakere Ranges, particularly in that 10,500 hectares of privately owned land, where we've got most of our under delivery is in the parks area, and that's why I support another attempt and another try with a joint agreement in how we can make that progress better. So, you know, I too think that it's a good idea to try this, but we've got to be able to fund it in some way that is constructive. We can't set it up to fail in the very first place. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. There are no other speakers. Just once again want to acknowledge all the work done on this. And it's not only 16 years you've been waiting, it's been hundreds of years, but this is a step forward. And I'm glad that this committee could pick up the work. Thank you, Member Ashby, for the focus right at the beginning so we could get something done this term. So kia ora to everyone involved. All those in favour? Any opposed? Any abstentions? I'll just say that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Kia ora.
Tumaira, puke tō tara te maunga whakahio, pāwhia ki te rangi tō pai, ho atu ki te papakai, ngā te henga e. Kei raro rā, kei raro konga, weita, kere weiti, weita, kei atu ana ki ngā kai ara ka taura, karanga meira, kai nui wa tātu i te manuka nuka, o turoa i te wei, te matao, ka humata mō mui, te noho ngā te kaua ue, ko te koe rawa maki te iwi e, hui!
Kia ora, and thank you again for oeta. Thank you. Right, we will move to item 15. And, sorry, where's my book? Going back and forth. Today we've got Christopher coming up for item 15. Kia ora, Christopher.
Kia ora. So, should I start? Cool. So, I think over the recent years you've probably presented with quite a few reports on private plan changes. This is another one, but it is a little bit different because it's a very small area involved. So I've got a short presentation. The plan change is called Crestview Rise. It's in Papakura. It's up on the hills above Papakura and adjoins the existing residential areas there. Perhaps if we move on for the next slide. Oh, do I do it? Is that the up button? That one? Right. Cool. So on that map there, you can see the suburban residential areas which go up to the top of the hills behind Papakura, and the red line indicates the plan change area. That's currently countryside living zone. The square above it is actually a water care reservoir designation. So that total site is just over 5 hectares, but the part of it that's going to be rezoned is actually a subsection of that. This is the proposed zoning map. You can see the existing suburban area, top of the map, and the tan area proposed mixed housing urban zone just below that. It's just about 2 hectares proposed mixed housing urban zone, which is estimated to provide between 60 to 90 dwellings of housing. The remainder of the site will remain as countryside living, and the plan change includes a precinct which, among other matters, creates requirements for the majority of the remainder of the site to be planted with native vegetation and protected, and there'll be a landscape buffer on that long line heading up the side of the site. And this is to create a firmer boundary between the urban area and the remaining countryside living. So our specialists have reviewed it, and there's no significant issues with it. We've had a close look at the infrastructure, so that's in conjunction with Water Care and Healthy Waters and Auckland Transport and Veolia. It can all be serviced by connection to the existing infrastructure. From the Healthy Waters side of it, there's now a draft stormwater management plan, which, if this proceeds, will ultimately go through an approval process, but we've been advised there's no significant risks with that. Also no significant issues with transport. Water Care advised that they have the capacity to service this. There's no capacity issues. From a planning perspective, revised rural urban boundary, which is that black line shown there, follows a better position than the current boundary in the sense that it encloses the land that's not too steep, whereas if you go further below that line, it's actually a ridge line followed by a steep fall. So it makes a better boundary. And from an environmental risk point of view, there's no significant issues. It passes all the requirements in clause 25 for acceptance for notification, although it is an out of sequence development. As I say, there's no infrastructure issues of concern. And the sort of broader high-level policies are not really seriously affected by a 2 hectares worth of development, and those can be considered further during the actual notification and hearing process. And so my recommendation is that this private plan change be accepted for public notification.
Thank you very much. Councillor Newman, do you have a question?
I do. Good afternoon. I'm very familiar with this area. I grew up at Duckworth Road, just under this particular location. So whilst I accept that, I don't think there's a legal argument to not support this. I do want to just ask you about potentially some of the issues that may not be fully understood, but I do think are germane. On the other side of Settlement Road there, that the area is designed whereby to ensure that mitigation of unstable land slippage. The Papakura Children's Forest was planted in order to try and stabilise that site, because you will appreciate there's a significant gradient in that area, and there has been some lateral movement previously, and that's why that site is planted. The site that you're talking about here has been significantly held together for many, many years by an abundance of gorse, which has held the site together. Now that site's all just going to get cleared away, and we're just going to pour the concrete in and basically, and build houses all over it. So it is a bit challenging. So has that come into your thinking previously? The area hasn't been developed, not so much because it's not been commercially viable to do so, but because there have been some constraints on that particular area which have made it complex previously, but which now perhaps can be engineered.
Yes, that's a good question. So the applicant provided a geotechnical review, and that review was reviewed by our own geotechnical specialists who didn't have any specific concerns about the area in TAN, which is proposed to be rezoned as mixed housing urban. The area below the black line becomes progressively steeper, and if you look closely at the topographic contours, you can actually see signs of former slippage, but that area is going to stay as countryside living, and the requirements of the precinct are that that be planted and protected in perpetuity. So I think, and at the bottom of the site, near the intersection there is an existing Auckland Council stormwater easement, so that kind of protects that bottom corner. So there's limited room for geotechnical reasons to actually do more development on the lower portion of the site, but the upper area, which is marked in tan on that map, is considered stable enough to actually proceed through to development, and during the subdivision consenting process they'll look at that in more detail, and that would put controls on things like retaining walls and earthworks. But from the point of view of a plan change process, that area marked in tan is considered to be stable enough for urban use.
Okay, so we're going to have to rely on the controls that exist in relation to the network of retaining walls that are going to have to be built as this area is cut to ensure that we can hold back the earth. Can I just understand, you reflected on Veolia's agreement that there are no constraints in the area. Of course, Veolia doesn't build the infrastructure. It requires a developer to build the infrastructure and invest. This is not part of the water care network. So the applicant is aware of the fact that the applicant is paying for the lot, because quite often in Papakura, that's not well understood, and the applicant puts these plan changes through and then says, deliver it. And whilst Watercare pushes back, Veolia absolutely will push back because they have not a cent to spend on the infrastructure required.
Yes, there has been quite a bit of communication between both Watercare but also Veolia in this particular case. Both Veolia and Watercare have a different role. Watercare looks after the overall network capacity, and Veolia is the manager of the pipeline network. Veolia has told the applicant that they need to upgrade some of the pipes downstream in the wastewater network, and the applicant has agreed to do that, and they have a costing for that. So that issue is theoretically resolvable to everybody's satisfaction. Watercare has more of an overview role, and while they don't particularly wish to support out of sequence development, there isn't a capacity constraint for this particular development. So I think the applicant in this case has been informed of the costs required to actually install the water and water supply infrastructure. May not always be the case.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
A couple of questions. By protected, do I read or assume covenanted?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Okay, just looking at the words up there, remainder of site will remain countryside living and most of it will be planted and protected. Does protected mean covenanted?
Well, there's several mechanisms you can use for protection. One is by consent notice on titles in the subdivision, so it might be that mechanism or alternatively a covenant. So I don't know the exact detail, but that will be sorted out at the subdivision stage.
Okay, and if it's all being planted, particularly if there's a history of gorse on the site and the seed of that remains, latent for a long time, how's it going to be maintained? And who will pay for the maintenance?
Well, that's always a vexed issue with plantings, but it is designed, my understanding, to grow towards mature vegetation. And there is actually remnant native vegetation on the slope on the site now, mixed in with weed species, and the plan is to actually remove the weeds and replant that area. And in the long term, it'll become the obligation of the owner of that site.
Thank you, Christopher. There's no more questions, so I'll just get you to step back and we will... did I have a mover? Or I'm happy to move it. Seconded by Deputy Mayor. Is there any debate on this one? Councillor Newman.
Chair, I accept that there is, you can't stop this, but I have, look, what I'm going to do is I'm going to abstain on this because I actually think the application is rubbish. I just do, and I know you can't stop this, but there's a reason why this has not been developed previously. It's just not a particularly sensible, suitable location for development such as this. And if I were to say yes to this, at some point somebody in the community is going to ask me, why did I do that? And yes, I could say, well, because I can't oppose it, but in all good conscience, I know what the residents in Crestview and Duckworth have been facing with already challenges with stormwater coming off this particular adjacent land. I know that it's death by a million cuts across, apparently heaps of cuts across the Auckland region. This is just a fraction. I door knock this area. I know what the residents are saying to me. I don't disagree with their concerns about it, and it's not because I just have an in-principle concern about this particular part of Papakura. It hasn't been developed because it is not wise to develop it, and I expect that no doubt we'll have issues in the future, because we've already seen that incremental development taking place further along Duckworth Road, which is causing no end of problems for the residents under that hill. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I asked those exact questions to the staff before this meeting, and I have concerns as well, but due to the scale of 60 to 90 homes and due to the lack of legal reasons we have to reject, we do have to let this one go through to the hearing, but Megan has said that some of those issues we'll bring forward will be a part of our report to the hearing. So unfortunately or fortunately for whoever, this one is quite straightforward at this point. So all those in favour? Is any opposed?
Opposed, and if I can have my vote recorded against.
Councillor Newman and Councillor Walker.
Sorry.
Councillor Newman and Councillor Walker. And do it. Thank you. Right, next to item 16. We've got Todd. This one's another private plan change on Whenuapai Green. He's going to go quickly through presentation on this, and we do have an extra chair's rec, which we'll put up at the end around putting a submission in.
Through the chair. Kia ora, good afternoon. My name is Todd Elder. I'm a senior policy planner in the regional Northwestern Islands and Warren McLennan's team. Today I'm presenting the Whenuapai Green private plan change request. This is the same decision as Christopher just presented. The plan change request is from the NEO group, and I don't know what we're working with today. There we go. from the request from the Neil Construction Group, and it's seeking to rezone 16 hectares of future urban zone land to residential housing, mixed housing urban, sorry. It introduces a new precinct. It will also introduce the stormwater, the stormwater management area flow control and adjust the historic heritage overlay extent of place for a small area. The red dot is the approximate location of the plan change. It's just to the north of the existing Whenuapai town, and it is contiguous to the existing live zone land, as you can see on that site, diagram, sorry. That zone will provide approximately 430 dwellings. The plan change also, as I said, includes a precinct. The precinct includes 2 non-complying activities, one for wastewater, the bulk wastewater, the other for transport infrastructure upgrades. The precinct also provides or achieves an appropriate urban layout, a connected network, and that's including to neighbouring sites, enhances the riparian margins to the streams, and incorporates appropriate water quality and stormwater flood management areas. It also includes management of effects on the Whenuapai airbase, specifically reverse sensitivity effects to the NZDF operations, and they predominantly focus around the aircraft engine testing that the NZDF do. So the recommendation today is to accept the plan change request for the following reasons: because the private plan change request to be notified will enable a range of matters to be considered on their merit during the public participation process. It's considered inappropriate to adopt the plan change as the council would adopt it, and it's not appropriate to deal with the plan change as a resource consent. That is the presentation today on this.
Thank you very much, Todd. If you just want to go back. Oh yeah, sorry. If you just want to also go back to the other resolution, just on the, I'll move it. Someone wants to second it, Councillor Ferry. Sorry, it's just taking some time to put up. It's just on a submission that obviously is in this item is significant concerns on this one, especially around the lack of infrastructure, water care, the triggers for transport, and the fact that the aircraft testing is in a zone where normally this would be unacceptable. So there is a submission that will go on those specific points if we accept that. Do we have any questions? Councillor Watson.
So could you just run through again those the non-complying elements that you identified there, and what, if any, influence they could have? I know we're very limited in our scope here, but if they're non-complying, usually that's quite a important consideration in matters such as this.
Sorry, Councillor Watson, if you could just speak into your microphone, yeah. We're having a bit of trouble to hear.
You heard me, didn't you? Yeah.
So the question was around the non-complying activities that are within the precinct. There are 2. There's one for transport infrastructure upgrades, and that's to upgrade the roads to an urban standard. And the rules require at the subdivision stage to have built certain pieces of infrastructure. That includes walking and cycling at a bus stop. The second is a non-complying activity for the water care assets, as there isn't sufficient capacity in the network now. So there is it will be a non-complying activity until that piece of infrastructure is built and there is capacity.
Just in respect of the resolutions we're considering here, you've perhaps been party to them, I don't know, but do they cover off the relevant considerations, all of them then, or given certainly with B, I think there's been other developments there that have addressed that reasonably easily, haven't they? So is there anything else we should be considering?
In my view, they cover off the key concerns in terms of the transport infrastructure, including the wastewater infrastructure and the noise matters and reverse sensitivity matters from the airbase.
I think I could also hear out of one of my ears, the Mayor was talking about reject or accept, and just, I guess from my perspective, that Megan wanted to follow what's quite different to Riverhead, which we rejected and it came back and it changed, and different to Beachlands, which we accepted but put a submission like this around decline with a number of caveats, and then we appealed and it's come back. This is different again. Did you want to just clarify what we're doing here, Megan?
Sure. So again, this is this first gateway. So this is not about approving it and saying it's good. What we are is saying we accept that it should be notified and go through a hearings process. We have some concerns. You'll have heard Todd talk about those. And so you see the recommendation in red, which would be for us to accept it to go through for notification and hearing. But we will be a submitter as well, and we will say we need to deal with some of these infrastructure matters, the noise matters. So that makes sure that those things can be discussed through the hearing, and hopefully we get them sorted. And if we don't, then our position is clear, and we may want to appeal, or it might be fine at the end of it. It just entirely depends on the process. So this is the best we can do, given legally our advice to you is we can't stop this from going for notification, but what we can do is get involved in the process and make sure we deal with particularly the very important issues which we know are problematic up here. Is there's so much going on and there is a lack of infrastructure funding and financing, as always.
Thank you. Don't think there are any more questions, so I'll just get you both to step back. Thank you very much. Think it's clear if anyone would like to speak to it. Otherwise, all those in favour? Councillor Ferry seconded. Thank you. All those in favour? Any opposed? Thank you. Right, we go to item 17, and make sure I'm sure you've noticed there's it's on a different part of the agenda, so just look at the attachments. Craig, thank you.
Oh, yeah, very good, very good. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee. This one is regarding making operative private plan change 88, Beachlands South. I think there's been a number of appearances at the committee.
Yep. If you just want to bring your mic a little bit closer to you,
sorry. Over a period of some months, so we're now at the end of the process, we hope. Just by way of a bit of overview, I think the committee might benefit from that briefly. Well, firstly, let's look up on the screen because that's the location of the site, probably familiar enough by now, just south of the existing Beachlands settlement. And proposal was to rezone the countryside living area, which is that sort of orangey fawny colour on the right-hand side. And the stripes show where the plan change area is, 307 hectares. Private plan change 88 Beachlands South, a private plan change request from Beachlands South Limited Partnership to rezone approximately 307 hectares of rural countryside living with just to the, how's my geography, to the south of the township, to a variety of urban zones. Doesn't pick up on that slide, but Sandra, if you want to jump to the next one. Now, Plan Change 88 was publicly notified in January of 2023 and received a number of submissions. There was a re-notification. That was a period of that bad weather, so please could we have more time was a request, so we put it out for a bit more time for people to put in submissions, which was well thought of, I think well regarded, so that was good. There was 12 further submissions. Now, it went to a panel of independent hearing commissioners. They ultimately approved it. The decision was publicly notified on the 12th of April this year. There's a couple of corrections to do, so it went out again. Appeal period happened. There was 3 appellants. Auckland Council as a submitter, given they've done a submission. Auckland Transport and Woodford Residents and Ratepayers Association. After
I guess, digesting the appeals. The parties came together and worked through a range of issues over quite a few months, as I recall. I went away in the middle and came back and it was still kind of going. And in the end, consent documents went to the court relatively recently, which memo of understanding, changes to the provisions which have been worked through. There was quite a few changes as a result of the appeals made by Auckland Council and Auckland Transport in particular, and also an MOU, how we're going to work together, and a separate side agreement, which, sorry, can't answer detail on that. I know little of the detail. Memorandum went to the court, and last Thursday on the 28th, out popped the consent determination. Karina will tell you what the difference between a consent order and a consent determination is. I'm not going to pretend to, but it's the end of the line, really, from the court. So we've moved to bring this item to this meeting, seeking to make Plan Change 88 operative and per the recommendations within the report itself.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? Pretty clear to me. Thank you very much. I will let, so Councillor Baker and Member Ashby wanted to move in second. I would just briefly say that this has been a huge, like I did hear a comment, long and arduous, but we actually got some huge wins here, something we actually have not done before with the side agreement, saved ratepayers money a lot of, ratepayers a lot of money as well, and there will be actually better outcomes for the community through this process. Appealing is a controversial thing to do, and I know some people were not happy about that, but actually there is some big wins here for, I think, everyone. Did you want to comment, Councillor Baker?
Nope.
Cool. There are no comments then. All those in favour? Any opposed? Cool. Thank you. And then on to the next three items. So we're going to take them, and sorry to the staff who work hard on these items, but we're going to take them together. I'm happy to move. And Councillor Sayers will second. There are three make operatives here. Not sure. Cool. If you do,
So through the chair, these are the three making operatives, and they are all at the end of the line in terms of process. So we've just decided for speed to just put them together. Staff are online if you have any questions on them, but really it's just an approval now from you. Thanks.
and I can move to actually have Councillor Baker move them if you want to. He did want to move the individual pukekohe one. So you can move them all if you want. And thanks Katrina and staff that are online. There's just no questions. So three plan changes, make operative. We have no more decision making at this point. So it's procedural. All those in favour? Any opposed? Perfect. Right, we go to status update, actions and decisions. I have a mover. Deputy Mayor and Councillor Walker move in second. All those in favour? Aye. And summary of, did you want to move, Councillor Walker? Your cameo on this item as always. I'll happy to second. All those in favour? Aye. Right, and then I guess we will have a five-ish or so minute break so we can move to the confidential. Those online, please move to the confidential. Sandra will have the link if you don't have it. Happy to move it to confidential. Oh yeah, do I have to do that now? Oh, second. Thank you. Councillor Walker, all those in favour? Aye. Any opposed? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Would you like that recorded? No. Okay. Right, we'll go into a sort of 5 or 6 minute break. Thank you.